Hi everybody.
Hello.
We are live from the fourth round of the World Chess Team Championship from Antalya, Turkey. Mihail, if you want, let's do the summary of yesterday as we always do.
Yeah.
Yesterday on the third round, we had these results. Turkey has beaten Egypt 2.5 against 1.5. Two wins of Turkey came from Ipatov and Barış Esen against Ezat Muhammed and Sami Şoker. The only loss of Turkey was from Emre Can against Amin Basem. Netherlands has beaten Germany 2.5 and 1.5. Actually, yesterday all the results were 2.5 and 1.5. It was very interesting this to see all the matches finished with 2.5 and 1.5 score. There were no draws. Netherlands has beaten Germany, as I said. The only win of Netherlands came from Anish Giri. The other games were draw. Ukraine, the leaders, actually the sole leaders of the tournament for the moment, is Ukraine. They have beaten Azerbaijan against 2.5 and 1.5. The only win of Ukraine came from Moisenko against Vasif Durarbeyli. Russia has beaten China, and in that match also the only win came from Yan Nepomniachtchi against Yu Yangyi. And for the last match, Armenia has beaten United States of America, and the only win which was shown from our analysis in live yesterday from himself, Aronian, it came from Aronian Levon against Nakamura, the best player, one of the best players in the world, Nakamura.
Yeah.
Also, he had beaten Kramnik before
Already.
yesterday, yes, with a really good style. But yesterday he was beaten by Aronian. So today we are on the fourth round, and today's matches, Mihail, whom are they going to play against whom?
And maybe before going to that, I would briefly say the standings. Okay?
Yes, sure.
After the round 3, so Ukraine has 3 wins, sole leader of the tournament. On second place with only one match point loss is Armenia, who made a draw with Russia in round number 1. And so 5 points Armenia. 4 points has Azerbaijan and Germany. They won 2 matches and lost 1 each. And only on fifth place is Russia with 1 win, 1 loss, and 1 draw. Yeah, but they had quite a rough start, so they can come back maybe today. So 3 points Russia, fifth place. From 6th to 9th place are 4 teams with 2 match points, 1 win and 2 losses. That would be USA, China, Netherlands and Turkey. And last place, 10th, is Egypt, unfortunately with all the losses. That's the point. So this is the situation now according to the standings. And today we have some interesting matches. We would follow them quite closely. So leader Ukraine is playing black against Germany, at least on board number 1. So Germany shares the 3rd place with Azerbaijan now. So that would be quite an interesting match, though I would say Ukraine is a clear favorite because there is like around 100 elo points difference on each board. But Germany can bring surprises, as we all know. So the next interesting match is China versus Armenia. So Armenia is one of the favorites of this tournament and played draw only with Russia. And if Armenia beats China, that would be quite a way to go for a win. So that is one of the most interesting matches. Almost equal teams, maybe. Only big difference is Aronian has more 2,800, and Li Chao on board number 1 is a little bit less than 2,700. So that is only one big elo difference in that match. But the rest of the players, Dingleren against Movsisyan, Busenji versus Akopyan, and Yu Yangui versus Sargsyan, they have almost the same rating. So that would be probably the most interesting match of today. So another match, Azerbaijan is playing Russia. So far Azerbaijan is doing quite well in this tournament. They lost only to Ukraine and won 2 other matches. So, but as usually, Russia is a clear favorite. And another match is Turkey versus Netherlands. And the 5th match is Egypt versus USA. I suppose there would be no big surprises there. I suppose USA should win. I'm not sure about convincing win, so surprises could be, but I think USA would win today. So, and I think we would start with the game of the leaders.
Yeah, okay.
Ukraine.
Let's start
so,
with the leaders.
Board number 1.
Ukraine against?
Germany versus Ukraine.
Yes.
On board number 1, we have Henkin Igor. His rating is 26-12. He's quite a solid player. He is white against Ivanchuk Vasily, 27-31. So Ivanchuk is a legend of chess, right? He played for more than 20 years now on top level. He was going back and forth. He was playing candidate matches. Sometimes he has bad periods, but then he always comes back with some extraordinary results. So there we go. Henkin Igor versus Ivanchuk Vasily with black. And actually I would expect this sort of opening with white against Ivanchuk with more than 100 elo point difference to play very solidly, just with a draw in his pocket, I suppose. But as we know, this strategy didn't work out for Li Chao.
But the opening phase of this match, of this game, actually was not very convincing for Black.
I would say so
he
too.
He tried maybe some new ideas, Ivanchuk.
Yeah, I think
but
so.
But afterwards, I think White had a clear advantage. What do you think?
Yeah, but White had to be quite energetic and well.
Some inaccurate moves from White side, so.
And Ivanchuk actually won that
sacrifice, game. Yes, Ivanchuk eventually won, but the opening was not very. So for me, it's not very surprising that Henkin also chose the same variation.
Yeah, probably because not of a very convincing win by Ivanchuk.
Because maybe he's expecting the same variation.
And maybe he has an improvement.
But I think he changed Ivanchuk.
Yeah, Bishop f4.
Yes.
By the way, Knight c3 is the most common move.
Bishop f4,
I'm not sure what's the difference. Maybe it just transposes. I don't know.
Instead of Knight c3, Bishop f4.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I don't know why Knight c3.
I think Knight c3 could be even met with e5. But I don't think that's the reason. So maybe it's just
maybe he's afraid that Ivanchuk will come up with the e5 and then some novelty afterwards.
Yeah. So Bishop f4 and now Queen b6. Very rare move. Usually you're not supposed to develop.
Well, if you play like this, I play like this, Ivanchuk says.
Yeah, Ivanchuk plays for a win, definitely.
So because also now the early Bishop f4 may be punished in that way. Who knows?
Maybe it makes sense.
Maybe
but
not.
Knight c3 followed, and actually now I wonder, if Queen takes, I guess just Knight takes d5, right?
Yes, which looks
Knight
very
takes d5.
e5, is it possible?
E5.
I don't think it's possible.
But I will.
But
the b4 square is controlled.
The b4 square control. You can just take, or even Knight c7 maybe.
Yeah, e5 too risky, and this is not good. Knight c7.
Yeah.
So and we have Knight f6 been played, and it's just transposed to a regular move order. So, but Queen b6. Definitely, Vasily tries to confuse his opponent very quickly, like against Li Chao. This f6, h5, very confusing, don't you think?
Yeah, but I think it will transpose in the end.
It would transpose. I think e3 would follow now, and well, I guess Vasily has something prepared here.
But Henkin now, as I see on the screen,
he's thinking. He's
surprised. Thinking, yes,
because
he's trying to find out, to figure out. What kind of variation this will transpose, because this early Queen b6.
Yeah. Or maybe he's just trying to remember the theory. That is my guess also. You know, he wants to refresh the variations, you know, like just to make sure that he remembers things, or maybe he does not know anymore the theory and just wants to keep it safe. Yeah, but this is, I think psychological battle is won by Ivanchuk, don't you think? White is thinking on move number 6.
Yes.
That's achievement, right?
Maybe, yeah.
So, yeah. So, not much going on right here. We go to board number 2, Korobov-Mayer. So, Anton Korobov, 27-13. A year ago, he was champion of Ukraine. This year, Yuri Krivoruchko is champion of Ukraine. So, Anton Korobov, 2700 player, very talented. He can beat anyone. He did very well this year on World Cup. I think he was beaten only by Kramnik.
As far as I know, Mikhail, he gave up playing for a while. Why he gave up playing?
Do you know
I
think
why?
at that point he was around 2500, if I remember correctly.
How long ago?
Oh,
many years ago?
Many years ago, like 5, more than 5, I would say. And he decided to try the career of, he knows many languages. That's what he studied at the university, and he tried to do that. But I guess like Katakamsky, you know, he came back. He came back, but and you can
with
see
very good results.
With very good result, 2700 player,
Yeah.
very impressive result on World Cup, Ukraine champion, place for the national team on board number 2. That's impressive.
Yeah.
And Georg Mayer, one of the best players in Germany, all plays on all the Olympiad. Very solid guy. It's really hard to beat his French defense. You know, I tried and I failed. So he's an expert in French defense for sure. But in this game, d4 was played, knight f6, c4, e6, and d5. Solid queen's gambit declined.
Looks like a Tartakova variation.
Bishop e7, bishop h6, bishop h4, castle e3. Yes.
It's transposed to a Tartakova. Started like a Nimzo Indian, then
yeah, b6,
d5.
As we know, Nakamura lost the game here against Taronian with Lasker variation, knight e4.
Lasker, yeah.
Yeah, and Levon came up with interesting new idea with bishop. I suppose a new idea. Bishop c2, bishop b3 with the rook on c4. Very unexpected turn of events. So Mayer decides to go solid, b6, bishop e2. I wonder what is the idea. Usually they put the bishop on d3, right?
Yeah, maybe if you put the bishop on d3, after knight e4, you cannot take with the knight.
Maybe.
Because of the fork.
Also maybe the idea, if black takes on c4, white may wait with recapture and have e4 move like that. What do you think?
Yes.
Just so maybe the bishop is not that active on e2, but there's definitely an idea behind it. Bishop e2, bishop e7, bishop takes f6. All right, and now takes.
It looks like one of the main variations.
Yeah, but at first glance, for our viewers, it may seem that white gave away the center, gave away the bishop. Black has 2 bishops now, but white has a very easy play on the queen side. Usually white plays b4. Okay, now b4 would be met with c5.
Which was a weapon of Karpov against Kasparov.
Oh, yes.
Do you remember?
Yeah.
They played it many times.
Many games were played, yeah. So the thing is, white is hoping to use the c file and pawn minority attack, and it's not that easy for black to find. I guess the plan would be to, this bishop on f6 is not doing much. The bishop goes back to d6. Pawn goes to c6 to protect the pawn on d5 and the squares, and then knight goes d7, f6, e4, and then maybe f5, like that. I suppose that is the plan.
And sometimes
or
bishop c8, bishop e6.
Yeah, maybe the bishop could be transferred. Another plan is to push c5, but you have to be ready to play with hanging pawns in the center. And white is better developed, I suppose. So rook e8 was played. Okay, just solid development.
Also they play fast, so this is all theory.
Yeah, they play very fast. Queen b3.
Well, this is actually interesting because without b4.
Maybe the point is that now b4 would be met with c5, I suppose.
Yes, but again, this is theory. Take, and rook b1.
You mean this way?
Yeah, this is the theory.
Bishop
Yeah,
C6.
I think
guess.
it's a theory. As far
Yeah,
as
maybe.
remember.
I guess the idea of queen b3 is white wants to first put the rooks on c1, d1, prevent c5, and then go back with the queen and start pushing.
Yeah,
Just preventing
true,
this.
yes.
This is preventing c5.
Exactly.
So and now black has no knight d7, right?
Yeah.
So
C6
it
probably
just
the move.
forces c6, and now rook e1.
Probably now he wants to play e4.
Oh yes.
This is the idea.
Yes, yes, I agree.
Queen c2 or bishop d3. And
I guess
e4.
bishop queen now. Now actually queen. Let's just take a quick glance. Knight d7, normal
Yeah.
move, and I suppose bishop d3, and next move is
Yeah.
e4. For example, knight f8 could be an option, and now e4.
You
Takes, and bishop takes.
You
And
can, yes.
Pawn on c6 is very weak. Rook goes to d1, knight jumps to e5. Anton Korobov likes these sort of positions with active pieces and weak
Lots
pieces.
of pressure.
Lots of pressure, yeah. And even d5 could be an option at some point. So that's his idea. And rook f e1. And now black is thinking. I think white, but on the other hand, white lost the tempo with bishop e2.
Yeah,
Don't
but
you
there
think?
was this knight e4 variation. He just
Yeah,
you know
yeah, I
prevented
agree.
it. So with this move order, maybe one tempo loss will not mean too many
Yeah,
things.
maybe.
It will be still happen. It will happen what he wants, you know, in the
So
game.
we predict bishop d3 to be the next move and e4, or maybe rook d1 first. But now white's plan is e4. It makes sense, you know. White rejected b4. White focuses on the center. I think white is better. At least the initiative.
Now the problem where to develop the knight. In this case, after
Knight A6,
e4,
knight
maybe
C7.
knight a6, knight c7 in order to
That
control
could
the
be an
d5
option.
square.
Yeah, knight a6, bishop d3, knight c7. Let's say e4 takes and bishop takes. But the problem is you do control a little bit d5 square,
Exactly.
but that bishop on b7 is so bad.
Yeah.
Black would wish the bishop to be on c8 and the pawn on b7. Then black would be, if not fine, then very close to being fine. But this is constant pressure on this.
Yeah,
I suppose actually that maybe black should not take on e4. At least consider this option. Maybe let white push e5 and then have counterplay with c5. That also could be an option.
This is also an option, of course.
So just because this pressure could be very annoying. Rook comes to c1, very easy play for white. And the pawn on c6 always needs protection.
Yeah.
Maybe stuff like knight d5, but even this would. Oh, sorry. Oh, so one second. I think it was. Oh no, rook fe1 is played. Yeah. So black is thinking. So even if something like this would be on the board, takes bishop takes knight d5. Even this position is unpleasant for black.
Yeah.
That bishop on b7 is still a bad piece.
Yeah.
White's play is very easy. Knight comes to e5, and rook comes to c1. You try a bishop maybe to b5, or maybe try to give a checkmate on h7. Knight e5, even f4. Very easy play for white.
Exactly.
So I would say white has not a big but lasting advantage. So why don't we go to the main match of today? What do you say, Jean?
Yes, sure.
I mean China-Armenia, of course.
Yes, sure.
All right, so board number 1, Li Chao versus Levon Aronian. Li Chao, young Chinese grandmaster, 2679 his rating is. Very talented, very good at complications and calculating variations. And he made a draw with black against Kramnik.
Yesterday,
Just,
after a long
yesterday.
match.
Very long match.
Difficult situation.
Difficult
actually,
till the
difficult
end. He
position.
was fully concentrated. Very complicated position to assess, and he managed to make a draw. And Levon Aronian, world number 2, always a favorite, strongest Armenian, one of the strongest world players ever, I think. So I don't think he needs that much introduction. 2801, that's his rating. Yeah. E6, Knight f3, knight f6. And now Li Chao is white. g3, Catalan, and c5 right away.
This is also probably inviting to Tarrasch defense, or maybe knight takes d5. If white
maybe.
plays c takes d5, e takes d5, and it
that would be
transposes to Tarrasch.
Yeah.
But knight takes d5 also is possible, which will be a different variation.
All right.
But interestingly, he played bishop g2.
Bishop g2. Yeah.
This is interesting, actually, this move. What do you think?
I think it's
Is it normal?
theoretical. Yeah, it's for sure normal. White ignores what black is doing. Take whatever you want. I'm gonna castle, and then I'm gonna have a very strong bishop. That's white's strategy. So c takes d4, castle, and bishop c5. Interesting. Bishop c5. Bishop c5. Knight takes d4, and d takes d4.
D takes c4. Yes.
Oh, I think Aronian surprised Li Chao very well. Take a look. White on move number 7, and white already spent about 15 minutes.
What did he play? I don't
Li
know.
Chao
But
made
he
a
just
move.
made a move.
I think he just moved back the knight somewhere, or knight b5. Maybe he played knight b5.
We didn't receive the
Actually,
move.
interesting variation. I just, if it works, knight b5. What do you say about bishop takes f2?
Very interesting.
If king takes, I
Queen
wanted
b6.
to go queen b6 check. You go knight d4, and I go e5.
It looks like possible.
Yeah, I think black would castle, and black would be fine. Maybe. Oh, bishop e3 is not available, knight g4. I think white is maybe even in trouble here.
Yes.
Yeah, so maybe that is why that's why Li sought for some time, because you can easily miss trick like that, or at least if it's knight c2.
Yeah.
It actually seems like I don't see any other options. Bishop e3 maybe was an
But
option.
bishop e3, knight g4. Again.
Knight g4 or e5.
Yeah. Also e5.
Oh yeah, knight g4. Yeah, so bishop e3 looks artificial a little bit. So knight c2 seems like the only option, but now white will have problems winning back that pawn on c4, don't you think?
Yeah, I don't know this variation,
But,
but it looks like
but I
white
think
has lost a pawn,
yeah,
and this knight on c2 doesn't look very
a little
good.
bit misplaced. But
Misplaced.
I think this is very common situation when black wins a pawn on c4, but you cannot really keep it alive.
Yeah.
White's gonna play knight a3 or knight e3, win it back. And this position is quite dangerous for black. Okay, for sure Levon Aronian has prepared this. He has 1 hour and 30 minutes on his clock. Actually, I'm a little surprised why he is thinking.
Well, it's probably...
Or maybe he just rejected this knight takes d4 because of this, because now knight c2 is the only option, and that can't be good. And I suppose computers give good evaluation for black here. But the point is, when white wins back that pawn on c4, that bishop on g2 would be extremely powerful. It is extremely powerful right now. And that pressure, remember the game Nakamura-Kramnik?
Yes.
That bishop on g2 in similar pawn structure was very good, and even when black exchanged it, which we can hardly imagine right here, right? How can black exchange it? Very hard. Even if black exchanges it, still some problems on the board. So,
but now I think there is an option of keeping the queens on the board.
But you have to
knight bd7, for example. I was thinking, yes. It looks strange, this move, but this...
Are you coming to b6 to protect?
Yes, maybe, or I don't know. Maybe I can protect with in other way, or maybe I will not protect it, and I will play with.
Okay, let me try to win it back a little bit awkwardly. But you go knight b6, I guess. You go knight b6, and I thought I have knight c4, but that's a blunder. No, you just go knight b6. And if I take, you take, and how do white win back that pawn? I don't see.
This is also a problem.
I don't see. So, all right, knight bd7 seems like a reasonable option. What to do? What to do?
He played a move.
Maybe a4.
What did he play? He made a move.
I don't. He castled.
Oh, okay.
He just castled.
So
maybe knight bd7. Maybe knight bd7. Maybe a4.
Mm-hmm.
And then knight a3.
Yeah. Maybe this is the way of.
For example, you castle
playing
and I go maybe
knight
with
a3.
this knight, because this knight I want to go to c3.
Mhm.
And you don't have knight b6 anymore, and if you go knight e5, I will keep on attacking you. And this is very strong initiative for white.
Exactly, yes.
Then knight comes to d2, and that pawn would fall, and white's pieces are
E5,
very
yes, is not a good square
Not
for
a
this
good square,
knight.
not
It's not
as-
stable there.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
So that's why Aronian castled, and we have this position on the board right now. I suppose something like knight a3 would be the follow-up, just winning back the pawn.
Yes, but also I'm thinking of bishop e3 because of this
Okay.
bishop, which is very strong on c5, which makes pressure on f2 pawn. I don't know after
Mhm.
exchanging the pieces.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna take, I guess. I'm gonna play knight bd7 and wait for you to
Can
take
I
me.
play now knight ba3?
b3. But I really don't like this knight on c2.
Yes,
you
but
know.
now what are you going to play? How you develop your pieces?
That's a good question.
Yeah, this is another point of this.
That is a good
And this
question.
d6 square, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe you're right. So many options. Bishop e3, reasonable option. Knight to a3. Maybe exchanging queens, but I wouldn't give away the d file just like that.
Yeah.
So black doesn't have that much
And also,
space.
you know, Aronian likes to play tactical play.
Yeah.
So he's probably not very willing to exchange the queens.
Yeah, he really likes dynamics and everything. But even with exchanging queens, all the rest of the pieces are still on the board.
Yeah, also
And he
he
will
is
be
still
able
one
to
pawn up.
Yeah.
Also, you know, he has always the option of playing c3 at one moment. If he plays knight
Yeah.
a3 and maybe after exchanging
That
on
is why.
a3.
That is why I wanted to go with this knight
Yes,
to a3.
still on if he can take on a3, knight takes a3 and c3. It's possible.
Yeah, it is.
This is also destroying the pawn formation of white.
But there is a slight problem with this. As I like to say to
Maybe not immediately, maybe
this is in
b3.
checkers, you know.
Yeah,
we
sure,
can-
but still b3.
you can start. You could have
Yeah,
started.
maybe
with
he
this.
can prepare this in some.
But
moment.
even this with when you gave away, if
Yeah,
you
it
had
can
the
be
bishop,
played. Yes,
the b file, the dark squares.
exactly. But you know, it's not so easy to play for both sides.
Yeah, of course. But actually, I'm slightly preferring white here. You know, it's quite clear what to do. Win back the c4 pawn and
Is it
use.
possible to play e5 and then bishop e6? Also, this is another way of playing.
Yeah, but the b7 pawn.
Yeah,
It's always-
after playing knight c6 probably, knight c6 and then
E5
e5 and
and
then
then
bishop e6
that
or
would be
knight
a-
a5 to protect this c4 pawn.
Yeah, but I think white has to attack something.
White
right
now has to play knight a3 for
or
sure.
bishop e3. Also,
Or bishop e3.
yeah. So
Yes.
attack that
One
pawn.
we are expecting one of these moves.
Yeah.
So we can move on to the second board.
Second
of
board, Movsessan
Armenia, yeah.
Dingleren. So Sergei Movsessan, exactly 2700 player. He recently came back to Armenia, Armenian Federation.
Yeah.
Just making the team even
Before
stronger.
he was playing for Slovakia, I guess.
I think so, yeah. And now he came back, and now Armenia is even stronger than it
Yes,
used to
much
be.
stronger with him,
Yeah.
yes.
And Dingleren is a young Chinese grandmaster, 27 and 11. His rating is. He's even higher rated than Movsessan.
As we were analyzing his game against Korobov, we spoke about him.
Yeah.
He likes to play King's Indian against.
Oh yeah.
I mean, every opponent. If you play d4, his main weapon is King's Indian.
And
Till
this is
now,
no. This
till
game
now
is no
he
exception.
never played any other defense.
Oh, really?
Yeah, as far as I know.
All right. So he must be an expert, because to
Well,
play on
actually,
such top level.
But he's
King's
very
Indian-
young, actually. It's too early to say an expert for this, but he's also a very talented player, Dingleren.
Yeah, of course.
As you know.
He can beat anyone. He beat an Aronian lately.
Yeah.
In Slav defense,
Yes.
very convincing in a very convincing way.
Yes.
So
very
he's
tactical and very talented player.
Yeah. So King's Indian, h3, and bishop g5.
Well, this variation lately became very popular.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bela Kotanashvili played me against me in the league this year, and this is one of the popular variations lately.
And what is the idea? Can you play King's Indian for black, right?
Well,
So
this is actually the idea is if you play on e5, you know, is to play d5 and later on to develop
G4.
on the making the long castle, and then g4, and or white can also play on the queen side with the b4, c5. You know, depending on what you play, they are keeping the options open now, and play on the king side with long castle, or queen side with short castle with g4, knight g2,
Okay, so
knight
basically
f3 also.
the main idea is if e5, d5 to have an option of g4
Yes.
very quickly.
Yes. Also, it can transpose to one of the you know, Benoni systems.
Yeah, where h3 is always
yes,
useful.
which
Yeah,
is h3
yeah.
and
And that is what happened.
yes, yes.
d5, e6, bishop d3 takes, but e takes d5 was played here.
Well, this is also playable, which is also a good option for white.
Yeah. And for
But
black, I
normally
suppose.
in this position, the bishop, instead of bishop on g5, knight would be on f3. In normal variations, you know, when you play this
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
variation, bishop is not on g5, but knight on f3. And if you give check on e8,
Bishop is...
bishop pt, rook takes e3, you know, this is one of the
Yeah, actually
variations.
Morozevich tried to sacrifice, but he...
Mamederov played against me.
Oh, really?
Yes, he won, but it was a very old game in one of the league
I
matches.
see. Because recently Morozevich tried this line against Gelfand, and Gelfand
He
just
didn't
showed
have,
the
yes,
plan. He
Gelfand,
just beat
yes,
him.
refuted
The
almost this
F-file,
variation.
just,
Yeah.
I think he closed
You're
it.
right. He almost refuted the variation.
Yeah.
I don't think any more black will play this.
Yeah. But now rook e8 would be met with knight ge2, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
This is now bishop e3 will be a loss of tempi.
Yeah, yeah. So knight b d7, and now knight f3, rook e8, king f1.
Oh, this is interesting. He chose to play without castling. Maybe he will just make the artificial castling, you know, g3, king g2.
So I suppose if black would have checked here, he would went king f1.
Well, yes, now that we see he played king f1, this is his idea. Actually, this kind of static pawn formation, it's not making much sense. It doesn't make too much difference because of you cannot, you know, for the moment get any use of this.
Yeah, but I think Ding tried. He now played b5 very quickly. He played knight e5.
Yes.
Takes, queen d2, and now b5 was played.
Yes, it's
He
good.
tries to get to the king, but is it working? Knight takes
Well, actually,
b5
it looks like a good variation because if you can play with this knight e4, it's interesting.
That's the idea.
Let's see.
Knight e4.
This is the position now.
Yeah. So if bishop takes e4, black just captures on g5.
Bishop takes d8 actually, but
There are two moves. Let's start with taking the queen.
which is probably the main variation. I
This
think.
is theory, you suppose, yeah?
I don't know.
I don't know. They both spent more than 10 minutes.
I don't
If
think
it's theory, I'm not sure.
Are
they
you
are
sure it's
aware of it.
theory?
I don't think so actually.
I've never seen anything like
King
this. here.
g1. And what
Well,
is
this is
Ding's
really
idea?
complicated now.
D6 pawn is hanging. What else we got? Bishop on d8 is misplaced. I suppose bishop d7, bishop takes b5.
Bishop d7.
Well, what to do?
Yeah, well, it's really difficult to say this.
Maybe bishop f5.
Yes, bishop f5.
Bishop
well,
f5.
it looks better because now
Yeah.
if you take on f5,
The only move.
rook takes d8,
Rook
and now the
takes
c4 is
C4 is
hanging,
hanging.
and
This
also
is
the
the only
bishop
move.
is hanging, and you have to go back. And now what?
And
Now what?
now rook b8, I suppose. Rook b8.
Can I play rook d e8? But this is, I don't know, maybe not something very strong. If I check, g3, and then what?
This could just be, I don't know, it looks to me that...
Maybe bishop f5...
maybe it's not that good. But
not
I
that
think
good.
black has a draw if he just goes back with the pieces. That
He played bishop takes e4.
Bishop takes e4 was
Yeah,
played.
he didn't play.
Maybe there were some other options for black, you know, unprotected bishop on d8, the pawn on b2, the pawn on c4, I don't know.
As you say, it might be something played before, this
Maybe.
variation, because they didn't spend too many minutes,
Maybe.
only 10 minutes,
Maybe
you know,
you're right.
each 10 minutes, so it's...
So bishop takes e4, and now rook takes g5, the only option.
Looks very, actually, interesting, this position.
So now the bishop on g7 is extremely powerful.
Yeah.
But if white manages to move the rook away, play b3, maybe it would be shooting nowhere. And but I like this. I told one previous our broadcast that I really like that bishop on g7.
Mm-hmm.
So I would for sure give away a pawn just to eat white's dark squared bishop, just to have my bishop on g7 for the rest of my life in this game. So.
Well, probably black has compensation here, yes?
For sure.
I mean, two bishops.
For sure.
And
the only
uncastled king. And the position looks really dangerous for white.
The only problem I see it's a rook on g5.
Yes, this is what I was looking at, but probably...
For example, just the first question,
point,
what do you do? I take another pawn.
Interesting. What do I do? Can I play bishop? h6 I was thinking, but so what? Where do I go with the rook?
I take on c8.
Yeah, bishop h6 I don't think it's...
And there is no jump with the rook. Oh, rook e5, knight takes c8, and rook takes e4, and black wins.
Ah, yes. Probably
The
that's the reason why he
so
cannot take.
Knight takes d6 just fails tactically.
Yes, you're right.
Takes.
Rook e5 is the good move.
So just we checked it, and now I would also consider moves like f4, just to try to capture that rook.
But now
maybe just rook g3 even.
Rook g3.
And then queen h4.
Yes.
And then that rook would be. Well, I'm not sure what's going on here. Something like this. This pawn on f4 now would be vulnerable after queen h4, bishop h6. I don't know. Very complicated.
Maybe first. But knight c3. Yeah,
very complicated.
Very complicated indeed. Yeah.
So f4.
Well, in the end, probably he will sacrifice this rook for an exchange.
Maybe, but he will need at least to win
on
a pawn.
e4 probably.
Maybe.
And I would, any king side attack is possible afterwards. Because if you push f4, then this, after a6, this bishop will come on d4, and the king will be very unsafe on the f1.
I agree.
But
so
of course, it's difficult to assess now this position.
Well, the time of Sergei Movsisyan says that he's not prepared for it, don't you think? 1 hour, 18 minutes.
Yeah, what about the England?
Unfortunately, we don't see the timing,
well,
but we can maybe calculate
1 hour, 21 minutes.
You can see it, 121.
Only 3 minutes difference.
So I guess they are both just already playing on their own. What do you say?
I don't know. It's difficult to say it, because even if they don't know this variation, or they know this variation, spending 10 minutes, first of all, is a question. And if they know this,
Actually,
they don't know this variation
10
in 10 minutes.
No, but more than 10, because they got increments 30 seconds on each move.
Yes, maybe.
And they spend
15 minutes.
So they're definitely
they
out
play
of
fast,
preparation. No, I think they are out.
They are, which move? 15?
15. So they both got 7 extra minutes, and they both spent already 10, 15. So they are thinking on their own. And I think, I don't know, maybe that's my, the bishop on g7 talking, but I think black has full compensation here.
Actually, I'm wondering, let me check this position.
Okay.
In chessbase, database.
Okay.
Maybe we can find something for...
And I think we will go to some other match.
Meanwhile, you can...
Yeah, meanwhile, we'll take a look at some other matches. And the third match of today is Azerbaijan versus Russia. So Russia needs the win badly.
Yeah.
So on the first board we have Rauf Mamedov playing Vladimir Kramnik. Rauf Mamedov, talented Azerbaijan player, and yesterday he made a draw against Ivanchuk with black in I don't know, suspicious position maybe, but he had a very straightforward attack in Vasily's time trouble, so it ended in a draw. And his rating is 26.47, and he's playing Vladimir Kramnik. I don't know if Kramnik needs some me to talk about, but I think everyone knows him. His rating is around 2800 and 2793 to be precise now. He's one of the favorites of all the tournaments he plays in, and just number 3 in the world for now after Carlsen and Aronian. And for those who forget or don't know, he beat Kasparov 13 years ago in a match, so excellent chess player. But he is black now, and he plays e5. Actually, a little surprised. I suppose Kramnik wants to win, but maybe he was not ready to go for Sicilian, so he plays e5 and knight c3. Knight c3, knight f6 and g3. White has played very solidly. d5, e takes d, knight takes, bishop g2, and knight goes back to f6. Actually, I've never seen this move before. Have you seen this move before?
We go to this match. Can I say something about the last the game?
Movsistan.
Yeah, Movsistan. Okay. I just checked the database, and I found some games with knight f3, rook e8. Can we go back to that game?
1 second.
Yeah. It's interesting variation, but I think this king f1, I see only 2 games. One Shuba played, Mikhail Shuba, in 1983.
Okay.
Knight f3, rook e8 check, king f3, king f1, and knight e5. What black continued?
Maybe it transposed. Maybe
knight e5.
Knight e5.
Knight takes e5. Rook takes e5, and now black played. White played bishop f4. Not queen d2.
So I guess queen d2 is a novelty. Is that correct?
Yes, here but queen d2 is novelty, and also one more.
Maybe you search for this position because it could have been different move order. You know, black could have given check right here on e8 without playing knight bd7. It could have been transposed. So, but definitely a very rare position.
Yeah, and also usually after rook e8 check, white plays knight ge2.
Knight g2, yeah, of course.
King f1 actually is very rarely played. Yeah. I see only 2 games played. With one of them is someone with 2100 played.
Yeah, I see.
And the other one with 20. This Shuba played.
Okay.
But long time ago.
So all right, they are. This is a new position, and they are on their own.
Well, yes, as far as I can see on my database.
All right. All right. So, Mamedov Kramnik. Have you seen this move, knight f6, in this position? This is Mamedov Kramnik. d5, takes, bishop 2, and now knight f6.
I used to play this with black pieces.
And knight f6,
variation. Yeah? Knight f6, no.
No, knight takes c3.
This is really interesting. First time I see it.
Yeah, me too.
There are many moves here, you know.
I think the main move is knight f3. Knight takes c3. Sorry.
Knight takes c3. Yes.
B takes c3.
B takes c3, and now knight c6. Bishop e6. Bishop c5. There are many moves. Yeah.
Yeah. But I guess Kramnik wants to surprise his opponent.
Yes, really interesting. He doesn't want white to get the control of b file.
Well, yeah,
and also another pawn on the center.
I want to focus the attention, but because usually we were told that you're not supposed to move your pieces twice in the opening, and black already moved his knight 3 times. So that's supposed to be bad. But of course, Kramnik knows all that rules, but they are always with exceptions. And in this case, black avoids an exchange of knights because after knight takes c3, b takes c3, white gets a strong b file, and the pawn gets a little bit closer to the center, so white can push d4 at some point. The other thing is, white does not have that much space in this position, so white would really like to exchange some pieces. And with this knight f6, he avoids exchanging pieces. So it's not it's double-edged. On one hand, black loses a tempo, but on the other hand, he keeps all of white's pieces. No b file opened. So it has a deep idea behind this move. Knight f3, knight c6, castle, bishop c5, d3, castle, bishop e3. You can see that white, I don't know, maybe white is trying too hard to be solid, don't you think? Just d3, bishop e3. I think this way white can get a worse position.
But he just played g4,
wow.
Which is interesting.
So bishop e6, bishop b6 was played. Another reason, well, it's not technically avoiding exchanging pieces, but if white takes on b6 here, then like in that position where black takes on c3, black gets the a file, and that would be kind of annoying for white. So usually taking on b6 is not that good. Rook e1, attacking the pawn on e5. Rook e8, h3, h6, solid move, and now g4. Wow. I was just saying that maybe white is a little afraid of black, but suddenly g4 was played.
But if he doesn't play g4, bishop f5 is coming.
Bishop f5 was coming.
So after bishop f5, maybe e4, I don't know what.
No, but after bishop f5, queen d7, rook d8.
Also queen.
And black is slightly better.
After bishop f5 also he can play g4, I don't know.
So for example,
he plays now.
He doesn't want that bishop to...
Bishop g5, bishop f5 and
so
bishop
suppose
g6.
White plays normal chess, queen d2,
bishop f5.
bishop f5.
If you play g4 now, then
g4
bishop
that
h7
just
probably.
weakens the
But still, you know, it's.
But that bishop is well placed actually there. I would say it's not in the way of rooks.
You're right.
Rooks are connected.
You're right.
e4 is now always an option. So, and if White plays some normal moves like that, queen d7, the next move is rook d8. Black has a slight edge.
Yes.
Black has a well, space advantage, a pawn strong in the center of e5, the h2 is hanging, let's say, and this is clearly better for black. Not much, because white doesn't have any weaknesses, but this is advantage well suited to Kramnik's style. You know, he can slowly, little by little, improve his position. So maybe that's why white goes g4. So it prevents bishop f5. Now black will have to always calculate g5 coming.
Yeah.
But, you know, pawns don't go back. That's what they teach us. And the f4 square is now very weakened. The king is compromised. King's pawn structure is compromised. So long-term advantages are on black side, but maybe white will come up with some queen d2 and g5 maybe, some active play. Or maybe knight h4, knight f5 even. So, but this g4...
Well, interesting. Now the problem with black is that you cannot develop your bishop on e6. Because if you play bishop e6, for example, bishop takes b6, and then bishop the e5 pawn is lost.
Knight takes e5, white is one pawn up.
That's the reason why now Kramnik is thinking. If you play bishop d7, then probably he doesn't like this because
what's next?
And on d7, what is he doing? He closing this d file, and why should I develop? Maybe he's asking himself on d7. But if you don't develop your bishop, how you play? What will be your plan?
No, I do need to develop my bishop to connect the rooks. Maybe
there is another plan
to
play this f6 knight. You know, it doesn't look, you know, the knight on f6 doesn't look very secure now, because you think that maybe g5 will come and everything, and after g5. But if you think g5, maybe not a threat, huh?
For now, I don't think it's a threat. Maybe because bishop takes e3 first.
He doesn't want to take on e3. I don't know why, for the moment.
Well, because white will get very strong pressure on
E5
pawn.
yes,
Queen E2,
exactly.
rook E1.
After he taking, he has pressure, and also he cannot play knight d4, which probably he wants to play, because the
You mean now?
e5. No, after exchanging the bishops, because now
This doesn't
e5
work.
pawn is
Yeah.
hanging.
But maybe he can go knight d4 now. Is it possible?
Yes, maybe this is possible.
And then maybe go c6 to close that bishop on g2.
Yeah, this is possible.
If it works tactically. 1 second, let me check.
But now if I take the bishop, bishop takes d4, he takes d4. It's interesting position.
I think knight d4 is a
Right,
reasonable
Momedo.
option. But maybe now a move like,
We have a Twitter.
yeah, we can see that.
Did you see the Twitter? White Mamedov,
Lover gift likes
lover gift.
likes
has
this
written
this position,
What
this
a
game very
thrilling
much.
game.
Yeah.
about Mamedov Kramnik. What a thrilling game. Yes, it's a really interesting game.
Yeah, but actually I'm not sure what knight d4 is solving. What is next black's move anyway? What's next? Bishop e6 is still not an option. Okay, maybe c6 is an option, but it doesn't really solve the problem of the bishop on c8. So
But
white
on the
can-
other hand, if you take on d4,
No, I'm
I
not
was
gonna
thinking if you are not taking, you are not going to
I'm
take,
not
what
going.
are you planning to do?
I'm considering even knight a4 move.
Because taking doesn't look very, good for white.
Yeah, probably. But for example, I play knight a4. What do you do? I want to get two bishops advantage, take on b6, take on d4 with the knight, and move back my bishop. And for example, if you go bishop a5, maybe I go c3. You take, I take, and knight jumps to c5 then. I'm not sure what's going on here. That's like one option, I think. Queen d2 is another option, just continue what we're doing. So, yeah, now that is why Kramnik is deeply thinking right now. You can see on the video, right? His hands are all over his head. He's trying to find a setup, how to finish the development,
Well, it's
what
a
to
very
do.
critical phase of this
This
game.
is a critical moment
Yes.
for sure.
Yeah,
g4, now I start to like this move very much.
yeah.
Because after bishop f5, very easy for black. Bishop f5, queen d7, rook d8, knight coming to d4, very easy play. But after g4, even though with all of its strategic background, weakening the squares and everything, it's not clear what to do for black now.
You're right.
I'm now starting to consider a move like that. With the idea, well, now I will have bishop e6.
But
Also, I
if you
want to
play
take a knight
such kind
d5.
of-
I want to take a knight.
Also,
For example, you don't have queen d2 because of the spin. It's quite
also
annoying.
e4 is possible.
E4, so maybe bishop a5 is an option here. Maybe white's going to go a3, threatening
But
d4
if you play a3, maybe take
Yeah,
an
no.
e4.
and e4. But maybe I'm not going to recapture, I'm going to do
Knight
this.
d4. Possible, yeah.
I'm not sure about opening up the center when I think knight d5.
Knight
is
d5 might be better.
attacking
yeah.
c3, you maybe
Better
do
idea.
this, and then maybe or queen f6, knight f4, or maybe this way. Now maybe I can develop the
But
bishop.
now
that
you
way.
have to be careful on the diagonal.
Or maybe I missed it.
C4,
c4 and knight f6
yeah.
and knight e5 here. But now I will have this option with b6. Maybe I can prepare it with rook b8.
But I like
Also-
your knight d5.
Knight
Wait a minute,
d5,
knight
yeah.
d5? Why I cannot play
Knight
knight
d5?
d5, bishop d2,
D2?
knight f4 is not possible.
But I'm
You
not
don't
sure.
like this.
I don't like this pawn on f4. I think I would, if not win it right away, I would force you to play g5.
Yeah,
weakening.
maybe not so good after
And I
this.
control the center
You're
quite
right,
well.
you're
so,
right.
So maybe queen f6
It's
here.
too early to play this knight f4.
Maybe queen f6. But then the rook
But
is not
then-
protected and
then-
knight is
then-
not protected.
Yeah, knight takes
Maybe there are
e5.
some tricks. No, knight takes e5, rook takes. Not working at the moment, but
Yes, it's not working.
so,
So if it's
bishop
not
a5.
so if it's not working, queen f6 is a good move.
I'm still not sure because let's say what was I thinking? More knight d4. What do you do? Knight d4.
Oh, yes.
So these are hanging pieces not that well.
You're right.
So that's why Kramnik is deeply thinking. His bishop a5 is definitely a move to consider. And now after a3, black is forced to take on c3, b takes c3. So my guess is one of the things he's calculating is try to figure out what to do in that position. Because if it's not good, then bishop a5
But
is not good.
I still like knight d4.
Knight d4 here.
I like it, yes.
What did we consider? Just continue. Let's say I play queen d2. What do you do?
Queen d2.
I would go c6 for black, actually. I would go c6 with many, first of all, idea to this bishop on g2 is no longer
Also,
good.
bishop a5 is possible, as you said. Bishop a5, not possible.
Right now?
Yeah. With the knight d5 idea.
So maybe I do this.
Knight d5.
Maybe I do this.
Is it possible to take on e3?
Queen takes, and now bishop
And
b6.
knight takes e2 there is now.
Oh, knight c2.
Is it possible?
Okay, yeah, knight c2 works. Yeah, this is an option then. Maybe white goes with, okay, I was aiming for knight a4 in this position.
Yeah, but knight a4 I can play something like...
Maybe you give that
leave
bishop
the bishop
away.
there, yes. Bishop... Now bishop d7 is possible. You know why? Because I want to play bishop c6.
No, but d4 pawn is no longer protected.
yes, no, I don't protect. This is not possible. So it's not possible. So what to play now?
Well, bishop a5 is an option. Bishop
a5 and then c6 maybe.
Yeah.
c3 and c6.
But now maybe I can consider tricks like that with the idea
c6
c3.
now?
With the idea
I can transfer. I mean, go.
I don't know, c3, knight c4,
knight
e6, knight c4. You go here. Yeah,
very
maybe
complicated.
No, very complicated. That's. I think he's choosing between knight d4 and bishop a5. That's my, because the bishop on c8 cannot do anything right now. So you need to either do something about it. So knight d4,
right.
bishop a5 are the options for sure.
Okay, let's
go to board number 2. Karyakin on board number 2 is playing. Is that correct? Yes, it is.
Yes.
Karyakin Safarli. Sergei Karyakin, 56. Very strong grandmaster, one of the contestants in upcoming candidate matches. Very strong chess player, young. I think he's the youngest grandmaster in the chess history. At the age of 12 and few months, I think he's number one.
True.
I think so. At least used to be till some moments. So very talented and very strong player. Altash Safarli, 53, young Azerbaijan grandmaster. Very strong player. I think he can get to 2700. That's his potential. So and as all young players, he's quite good at calculations, I think. So, and he decided to go Sicilian against Karyakin. e6, d4, takes, knight c6, knight c3, queen c7. Okay, this is a well-known theory. Bishop e7. Lately, this variation became popular, especially with this b5 move. Takes, and b4 right away. Interesting. b5, king b1, takes, b4, knight a4, rook b8, queen f2, and castle. I'm not sure about this position being theoretical because just take a look at the timing.
Yeah, he spent
a lot of time now, and also did Safarli, but I'm pretty sure Safarli surprised Karyakin.
Yeah, because we can see from the times they have on the clock, Safarli has thought less 20 minutes than Karyakin. So it's probably something new for Karyakin, this position.
And to be honest, I don't think White's position is good. White's attack is not even about to start. You know, White needs to g4, g5. But in this case, even if White plays g4, g5, knight h5 would be a very strong idea. And usually White needs that knight from c3 to come to g3 to get rid of that knight on f5. Or at least the knight from e2 would cover the f4 square, and White could go bishop h3, bishop g4. But now g4, g5 is not even a danger because of knight h5, knight f4 coming, and Black's play is very easy. Now next Black's move could be even d5, or bishop b7, bishop c6.
And also I was thinking of d6, because if you play knight b6, maybe not bishop b7 now. I don't need to play d5 now. d6, e5 also is possible.
Oh, you
because
mean
I
d6,
want to
e5, bishop
you know why
e6?
I don't want to play d5? Because I want to control the c5 square. Do you see the c5 square is, you know, knight can play knight c5 or after exchanging, or bishop c5, you know. But now the problem with White is this knight on a4 looks like the problem, because if you go to b6 you cannot take on c8. I can play bishop b7, but after knight b6, bishop b7, bishop takes f6, and rook takes d7 is possible. So in order to avoid this, you can play d6, and then what White is going to do?
Well, I think White is considering move like g4 now. G4.
Let's see d6, for example.
d6. You want to go bishop d7. Okay, I'm going to go. But now you lost the control over this diagonal from c7. So now I can go g5.
g5, yes.
And now knight h5 is not that good.
Why?
Well, for starters, I can do this. And
you
don't have
probably I don't have this knight. Because I didn't play
and g6 would be.
Oh, can I play e5 immediately?
Too late. Knight b6 was played.
He played knight b6.
Karyakin played knight b6. He wants to. Okay, let's check bishop.
He doesn't. This is White's turn, huh?
Well, yeah, it was White's turn. White played knight b6.
So why we were thinking of this?
I proposed g4.
G4, yes, you're right. So maybe he is now attacking c8, so still he can take on f6
if
and on
bishop
d7.
Bishop b7 seems to be
a mistake.
I'm not sure. This bishop
Knight
is
takes
very
d7.
But rook on d1 is not protected.
Yeah, but you can
My bishop
check on f6.
f6. What about this? Probably doesn't work. You just take. Just
if I
take.
take?
Just take. I thought about b3, queen c3, b3, but
maybe
it
it's
doesn't
possible. You're right. Queen c3.
I don't think it is.
Okay.
All right, so knight d7, and
it's playable. Looks like playable variation for White.
oh, I think it's
So
very good for
you
White.
cannot play your.
So I guess this is not an option. b7.
So maybe he's going to play d6 or d5, or rook d8.
No, d5 probably not, because e takes d5.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
And you have to take with the knight now.
With the knight, yeah.
And then I capture, and very strong bishop on d4.
Yes, and
That would
bishop
be
d3, and White is a
yeah.
good position.
Yeah. So d5 probably not, but what else? d6.
That d6,
Or
rook d8.
Or rook d. Yeah, rook d8.
But I don't like this rook
But
d8.
now e5.
Yeah, no, I don't like this rook d8. You're right.
e5, and now it has to go back to e8. Doesn't look very good.
Yeah, exactly. I
So
think this is d6.
d6 or e5, but
Yeah, or e5 also is possible. You're right.
But you know, with that bishop going away on c8, I'm not sure. But let's check.
See,
e5. If you go
yes,
back,
yes.
I now have bishop b7.
You're right.
So maybe you have to capture first. I capture.
But now, wait a minute. You go back, e5, bishop e3, bishop b7, bishop c4. What do you think about this position?
I think there is a trick.
What do you want? If I
Knight
take,
g4, knight e3. That's my idea.
Knight g4.
But maybe it doesn't
There is
work.
knight d5. Is it possible? Knight
Takes.
d5? No, there
When?
is an intermediate move. Knight d5.
You mean here?
Here also, yes.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
it is.
this is not a very good option for black. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't work tactically. All right, bishop c4, and you won't take over the d5 square.
Well, it looks like white is okay.
Probably.
My next move is bishop b3, or I don't know.
And then knight d5.
Yeah, or maybe even queen e2.
All right. So maybe d6. D6 is the normal option.
d6, yes.
Preventing e5, threatening bishop b7, of course, positionally threatening.
Now what to play for?
And now
White.
white has to push. Maybe even this could be played, and then something like that.
But I don't like this. You cannot play now e5.
But that weakens white squares. You know, my bishop could become very strong.
Now also you are attacking the a6 pawn.
Well, that pawn could
You
be
don't want to
poisoned.
take on a6?
No, I don't want to take on a6.
Are you sure?
Yeah, takes, I go back, and then rook a8, queen a5 coming. If you transpose the bishop to b3, that is fine. But
if I transpose, that's what I was looking at.
So, but
Queen e2, let's say.
Queen e2.
d5, is it possible?
Maybe
d5.
d5.
But
I don't know.
I don't know.
These are the things to consider now for black. Actually, now I like this knight b6. It gives food for thought for black, you know.
Exactly.
The pawn is hanging on a6. e5 is coming. Bishop b7. Is it an option or not, you know?
Yeah.
All of these things should be calculated now. I like this knight b6 move.
Yeah. It looks like white has an edge.
Maybe. Yeah, I think white is better. But okay, it's quite hard to give, you know, it's not a static position.
Yeah,
Who is
you're
bait?
right.
It's unclear.
You're right.
With counter chances for both sides.
Yeah.
All right. So what matches do we have left? Armenia, China, we covered a little bit. Ukraine.
Let's see Turkey.
Turkey, of course, yes. Ipatov Giri. That is very interesting game of two young, talented chess players. Giri is inviting into French defense, rejection, d5, knight f3, knight f6, and c6, bishop g5, and now knight bd7. Okay, Giri doesn't want to choose Botvinnik or Moscow variation, knight bd7, and now c takes d5. Okay.
This h6 move, what do you think about this h6 move? Oh, okay, you are not there.
I'm not there yet. So Giri decided to win that bishop. Why bishop f4? Why not bishop h4?
h6, actually, I don't know. Is it normal move? Usually, it's not such so common because
so.
this d3.
I think there is a psychological background. I think Ipatov wants to keep it safe. He wants to have a solid position with, you know, which bishop d3, castle, normal variation, and be safe. And black wants to win. I think black is okay. I think white is also playing for a win, but he wants to play for a win with a draw in his pocket. That is my assumption.
Yeah.
So, and Giri wants to play for a win too, and this is the way to go. You try to get something unbalanced. For example, two bishops for some giving up something, maybe weakening your position somehow.
Yeah. By the way, we forget to mention that Ipatov Turkey's firstborn.
Yes,
Ipatov. And Giri is the Netherlands' firstborn.
So Giri, Alexander Ipatov, 26-30, ex-world junior champion. This year he had a second place because Li Chao, I think, won the world under 20.
This year, yes.
Yeah, so he was, I think Ipatov scored something like 10.5 out of
Very
13,
good score, but
and
still
it was second place.
he
so
became second. Yeah.
because Lichau scored even more. So, and Anish Giri, 27-32, young star.
Of Holland,
Actually,
yeah.
one of previous times I mentioned that, in my opinion, he's would quite be a good challenger against Magnus Carlsen, because as far as the games that I've seen, Carlsen always has problems against Giri.
He has a very good opening repertoire, Giri.
Yeah.
A very good opening repertoire, yes.
So h6, bishop f4.
That's why I asked you this h6 move. I don't know. Usually this exchange variation of Queen's Gambit declined. H6 move.
Knight comes to g6 and the pawn needs to be on h7.
Exactly.
That, yeah.
It's not. It's known as not a good move.
But I think maybe there is a. So bishop f4 gives two bishops to black, and that is what black was hoping for. Maybe it's not that good, because now
we have a Twitter.
Okay.
The broadcast is great.
Thank
Thanks
you.
and greetings. Thank you for your compliments.
Thank you.
To
We're trying
Australia.
our best.
Our greetings.
So actually, and now I'm starting to be not fond of this h6 move indeed. And the main problem is weakening the g6 square, and I think Ipatov uses this quite convincingly. Bishop h4 was another option. I don't know what Giri was planning to do against bishop h4, but bishop f4 is also a decent option. Knight h5, bishop e5, and now it seems that black got what he wanted, you know, two bishop advantage. But it cost him a few tempis, and the move h6 now would be very bad, because how can black get rid of the knight on e5 now?
You're right.
Now f6 would almost never be an option, because there is a hole on g6. And white's going to play like he did with f4. I really like this setup, f4, castle, queen f3, very aggressive. And what can you do about this knight on e5? It's
You're
extremely annoying. You can try to push f6, but that would really weaken white squares.
Exactly.
If the pawn was on h7, f6 could be an option at some
You're
point.
right.
But with pawn on h6, I think Ipatov,
Oh,
is thinking about long
castle.
castle. He plays for a win. Excellent.
You think it's a good move?
I think it's a good move. I like it. Now white's attack would be very quick. G4, G5 right away opens. Another h6 backfires again. If the pawn was on h7, that would be much harder to open files. There's a hook on h6. You know, G4, G5. G file opens. Checkmate.
Okay.
Bishop b4. All right. Black is fighting for e4 square. And now knight e2. I like white's position.
You like it?
Yes, I do. Even though there is an open file on the c file, but black cannot open any other
I was
file.
thinking before he played c takes d4, why not c4 after long castle?
Let's take a look.
It's dangerous, of course, because a6, b5, b4, all these pawns are coming. But probably white is, of
But
course...
the center is closing,
so
it's very
maybe
double. So
the white
bishop
is
b2.
probably threatening many things.
G4, G5. So you don't...
G4, G5.
Maybe
also
maybe you
E4 is the threat, as you said, E4. And knight D takes maybe D5 now.
I'm not sure about E4, because next move, what's your next move after
Also
E4?
knight takes D5 is a threat.
Knight
now.
takes D5 indeed is a threat. That's a problem.
How to protect now this pawn? If
No,
you
black
move
is in trouble.
if you move the bishop, then you will lose a tempi.
Just you.
Yeah. So
that's
C4
not
C4
good.
doesn't look like a...
Usually when you're under attack,
Yeah.
you should open the center to get some counterplay.
Exactly.
And that's the way to go. Bishop b4, but now knight e2 and
But
g4,
now there
g5
is no
coming.
pawn attack on the king side, so king
Whatsoever.
b1 and white king is safe.
So probably now black's only chance.
But because of this h6 pawn now on the king side, black is not safe.
For sure. I think black's in trouble now, actually. I think black would have to come up with some sacrifice to his knight e4
Yes, this is a
to open the
possibility.
position for the bishops.
This is a possibility, yeah.
Because if white plays g4, g5, opens the g file, the game would be over.
Got it.
I really like the way Ipatov is playing.
Well, actually, probably he knows this very well because he's playing very fast. Actually, both of them are playing fast, as far as I see. In half an hour, how many moves they made?
16.
16 moves, which is also
Well, there was a
complicated
theory to move
position
number
in
7.
this position, 16 moves, you know, in half an hour. Yes.
I think Ipatov is doing very well here. That is my just G4. Why at least White's play is very easy. You go G4, you go G5, H4, G4, G5.
What did Black play?
Nothing. Black is thinking.
Because from the screen, here he is not he is not on the board.
Knight E4. He played right away.
Knight E4. Okay.
Knight E4. Let's.
Knight E4.
I
As you said, was probably the best option for Black.
Because if he doesn't do like that, there is no attack on the
You're
queen
right.
side. That's the only chance, but it doesn't mean that Black's in big trouble. If it's the only chance, it doesn't mean.
Still, he has the pawn down.
Let's say takes.
And White, I think, still better.
But Black has opened the position.
But
for
how
the
to
bishop.
develop this bishop?
And now F6 is actually an option.
F6, you are thinking, but Knight D3 is possible.
Knight
maybe
D3,
Knight
then
D3,
maybe Rook E8.
Rook E8, Queen F3.
And now Bishop moves. And this is
Now
this is
getting
interesting.
dangerous, huh?
G4 maybe. Stuff like that.
G4.
Very unclear position.
But now Bishop E6, you're right, it's getting dangerous.
Bishop E6.
Threatening Bishop D5 at some moment. Not now. Maybe
Yeah.
King B1,
King B1, Queen A5 coming.
Queen A5,
Knight C3.
maybe Knight C3.
Now D5
very
is
complicated.
very complicated. I think
Yeah.
anyone could win here.
Yeah, you're right.
So White
so
is
both
pawn
of
up.
the sides has to be very careful.
White
Still,
is-
I think White is better.
I don't think that now evaluation as better is appropriate. You know, maybe for the computer, White is better.
Yeah, because of the material advantage.
Because of
But
this
as
is
the
so
Black has the
complicated.
compensation.
Yeah, just
so maybe this
the
Knight
compensation
E4
is two bishops in an open position,
Mhm.
right? The pawn on
Last
D5.
position.
Well, what is the last position now? This is now White is thinking. Ipatov is thinking.
He has another option. Any other option not to take? Knight G3 maybe.
Or maybe just G4. Maybe he's considering just leaving, not to activate that bishop from C8.
But it's not G4. If I develop bishop somewhere, Rook C8.
Oh, but
check.
there is a problem like
Yes,
this,
and
and
then
there's
Knight
no
D2.
Knight D2.
Maybe not
Winning
a big
the
deal
exchange.
because it's a G5.
Maybe I
is
just-
G5.
yeah.
Yes.
Maybe it's not that G5 strong attack. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, it might be an option.
I think these are the things he's
G4.
considering. Now I'm starting to think that he's not gonna take that knight. That knight's not going anywhere.
Yeah. Also, I
He
have
can-
always the option to play after G4, Knight G3,
Yeah.
and to take with the knight this bishop.
Or maybe
this
actually,
knight.
but if White goes knight G3 now, I think now F5 could be an
Yes,
option.
that's why G4 is good move.
So maybe G4 first, indeed.
Yes, I like this
But now
G4.
White has to be calculating move like this. And now this knight could.
And also this G6 knight. What is?
Yeah, maybe White still
H4?
goes G5, stuff like that. But the position becomes much more now Black can win that exchange
Yeah, but
because of the E
because
file.
also there is Rook E3.
Yeah, I think this is already
Rook,
not that good.
Queen takes D5.
Oh, D5.
But Bishop E6 still.
Yeah.
The position is
Very unclear. These are the things that probably are going through heads of both chess players. Okay, we have another tweet. Thanks to us. Thank you. We're trying our best.
Yes, thank you. You only 2, 3, 4.
Yeah. I think we would go for a break now. What do you say, John?
Okay. For a few minutes.
For about 10, 15 minutes tops, and we'll be back with, I'm pretty sure, many interesting things are going on.
Very exciting matches going
Very
on
exciting matches. Especially, I like this game.
Yeah.
Two young,
Also, Kramnik's
creative
game
chess
also
players.
very interesting.
Yeah.
Ivanchuk's game we didn't check, but
Yeah.
all of this
We'll
when we come back.
be back soon.
So stay with us. Hi everybody.
Hello.
We are back. So I think we better start with the match between Egypt and USA
Yeah.
because we didn't look
we
at
didn't
this
look
match.
at all.
Yeah,
at
let's
it.
have a
That's a shame.
quick look.
So on the first board, Azat Mohamed, Egyptian international master, 24-54, playing against Gata Kamsky, 27-20. Kamsky is a legendary chess player from USA. He dropped chess, I think, for about 10 years.
Yes.
And then came back, becoming again one of the top grandmasters in the world. That's impressive, don't you think?
Yes, sure.
So, and now he's actually second best player in USA, because Hikaru Nakamura is now for sure the lead. But against Egypt, they let Nakamura rest because he had quite a bad loss yesterday against Aronian. So they gave him a free day. So, well, almost 300 elo points difference here on black. But as we know, there could be many surprises in this tournament. Yeah.
White is Ezat.
White is Ezat. Black has got Kamsky.
Egypt.
Yeah. He actually is playing quite well here. He made a draw against Movsisyan.
Yes.
And he gives a lot of resistance to the top grandmasters. So c5, d takes c, bishop takes, knight f3, knight c6, bishop g5, b6. This is all theory so far, but I'm not sure about this bishop c1 move. All right, bishop b7, a3, very common, e3. Okay. I think white is not playing aggressively enough, but the problem is usually the pawn belongs on e4 here. Just
yes.
Controlling the center,
yeah,
grabbing the
probably
space.
There is knight g4.
But in this case, since he moved bishop back to c1,
exactly.
usually the bishop here is around f4 and g5
if the
squares.
Bishop was on
then there's always would be a defense.
then it will be possible.
But now knight g4 and extremely unpleasant. White will have to do ugly moves like rook d2,
right.
which is not good. So now since he played so passively with bishop c1, now he has to go play solidly, but this is a way to play for a draw, actually, e3.
Yeah.
I don't think he wants, I think draw would be a very acceptable result for him. That's why he plays solidly without any weaknesses. Queen c7, bishop e2, castle, b4. Actually, I'm not sure about this move, because now black will have this option of a5, and now white is probably forced to go b5, weakening the c5 square, for example, but he didn't play, actually. For example, if white plays b5 here, my guess is black would go knight b8, for example, white castles. By the way, there are always annoying moves like knight g4 to deal with. The h2 is hanging, but now I think e4 would be an answer. So, and now black just goes d6, and knight goes to excellent outpost on c5, and black would be even better, I think.
Yes.
So that's why he goes knight b5, queen b8, and the only way to protect that pawn, well, b takes a5 is never a good option here, just weakening all the pawns, and there are too many attackers on a5, so he has to go for this. Bishop takes. Oh, the d7 pawn is hanging. All right, so it's not as easy as I thought. Bishop takes. Taking with a pawn maybe also was an option. What do you think about this move?
Well, why you want to take with the pawn?
Just to put more pressure on, leave the pressure on b4 pawn.
But this d7 pawn still hanging.
Still hanging, yeah. But
I don't think it's a good idea to...
If you take, I take. The thing is actually that king is not that weak, but I know what the problem is. At some point white can transfer the queen and give us some kind of perpetual.
Yes, also
queen h4, queen g4. So maybe it's not the best option. Maybe even right now queen e4 could be an option.
Yeah. Also he played bishop f6. Let's
bishop f6 makes more feels more natural. Yeah, but now white has some options like knight d6, but I guess black is fighting for dark squares. If black
also the problem with white is the c4 pawn. How is he going to protect later on the c4 pawn? You know, if you play.
Yeah, it's a future weakness. When white plays b5 in the future, weakness forever is pawn on c4. That is black's plan. I think white is in trouble here.
Knight d6 is the move. You know, you think
knight d6 could be the move here. And now I would even consider giving away the exchange, but maybe there's no need for such extraordinary measures.
Rook d8, let's say.
Rook d8. let's say.
And then what?
And then maybe queen
Three.
b3.
But now bishop. Oh, bishop.
No, now bishop a8 could be an option, and
Yes.
then getting rid of that
Uh-huh.
knight maybe. So maybe
Knight
takes
b7.
in order to try to
Yeah.
secure a draw. And now queen, let's say b3. That
Uh-huh.
could be the way to go.
Yeah, maybe he
But
will.
now he goes back.
He goes back.
That's the problem.
b5 maybe.
And now
what
then
else?
what else? Yeah.
Yeah, b5. I don't think.
1 second. There's knight d4 not working. G2 pawn is hanging. Yeah, b5. And now black gets what he wants. Knight b8. Next move is d6. Oh, but
But
it's not
still, there is a problem with the c6
6
square.
square. Yeah.
After
Maybe
cancelling.
black would put the bishop on c5. You know.
Yes.
And then I think black
But I
is better
consider
here.
this still not so, dangerous for white.
But
Even
for
if you
sure,
have a
black is
knight
playing
on-
for a win, don't you think? Black has
Yes,
no weaknesses.
black is better, but still this knight can be exchanged, then
Yeah,
you
if the
will
knight
have-
exchanges, that would
you
be
will
very
have
close to a
You
draw.
will have reverse color bishops.
Yeah, but
So if Kamsky
For example, castle.
wants to win this game, he needs to find something else,
Mhm.
not only this.
this is
Some
also
attacking
quite
chances, but I don't see any.
yeah,
Looks-
it's
it
not.
looks equal to me.
I'm not sure about equal. I think black is still better,
Little
because
bit-
of
little.
better.
But how? I don't know why. I don't see it too much. You cannot
If
play.
my knight was in the game somehow,
Well, you cannot play d6. Knight d4.
maybe I can do this, bishop c5.
But then your knight is.
I am going to go d6 on
Maybe
next
I play
move.
knight d2.
But then I go d6.
Yeah, but bishop f3,
f3, queen c7.
c7.
No, that is slight but lasting advantage for
Yeah,
black
probably.
because of this c4 pawn and
Yeah.
the c5 square. But
You're right. Actually, this is what you played now. I
Yeah.
like it.
maybe white
I
should
like
aim
it.
for this.
Yeah, probably
And-
knight d4 will be a better option.
But my idea was maybe it's too risky. Maybe it just doesn't work. My idea was to take on d4 at some point, and if you take with the pawn, I go e5 and wins at c5 square for my knight. But I think it just doesn't work. If you take, you can even take with the rook and double, and that's
And
not
double
good.
and also is
And if
pressure.
I go d6 now, you go bishop f3, and you right away you're
Knight
there,
c6,
and
yes.
that's already that's a draw. Well, that
Maybe
is a-
even white is better if you take on with the pawn.
oh, of course, I will not take on
But
c6.
maybe you don't take. I don't know. Maybe,
Yeah,
maybe.
so maybe instead of bishop b7, prepare. Maybe black needs that pawn on d7 to be.
Mhm.
Maybe I need some other square for my knight. Maybe actually I go here knight a7, and then through c8 to e7 to g6,
Mhm.
maneuvering like
Many
that.
maneuvering. Yeah,
But
it will be a long game.
long game. Yeah.
Okay, let's move on because we need to look at many other games now. Many
Okay,
exciting
second
games.
board Onishchuk Abdel Razik. Onishchuk Alexander.
Yeah.
He's a Ukrainian who is playing for United States. His rating is 2672. Very strong grandmaster. He deserves that rating. And his opponent is international master Abdel Razik from Egypt. So obviously, and he is better on Ishchuk. So clearly, white is playing for hoping to win here. B3, knight e4, bishop b2, takes, and c5. I'm not sure about that. White is much better developed. Opening the center should be in white's favor. Let's see if he knight takes d4. Interesting. I would exchange those bishops, I guess. Queen d6, queen d2, and rook d1. Bishop goes to f3. That's the idea. e5, but now that bishop is passive. Queen b2, putting more pressure. Knight to d2. Okay, slight but lasting advantage for white.
Yes.
Bishop on g7 is passive. Weak square on d6. All of white's pieces are very well developed. And the main threat is knight c4 coming to b6 or to d6 and putting pressure on e5. Wow.
He played an interesting move. Knight
Okay.
d4.
Tricky move. But
But
I'm
still,
afraid I'm
no.
not forced to take.
Yes.
I can,
Bishop F1.
if I
maybe.
don't like something, I just go bishop f1, and
Threatening to take. But he's, I think, intending to play
knight
b5.
b5. Yeah,
Yes.
maybe that's his idea. If
Yes,
bishop
we both
f1,
saw that he wants to play this move,
yeah, and takes,
which will be a good, actually, idea.
and then if black goes f6 and bishop e6, he would be
Yeah. Also now
even-
there is another threat b4.
b4, big threat. Yes, indeed. So knight d4. It's actually quite easy to miss a trick like that for white, you know.
Yeah. When he
Um,
played actually queen b2, I think
Mhm.
he missed this move because
Knight d4, very easy to miss.
or knight
If it
d2,
works,
when-
I'm still not sure if it works. Let us check the most straightforward variation.
Oh yes, also you're right.
Takes.
Actually, let's check this.
Takes, queen e2, and now first I want to get to e6 square. Maybe I was thinking knight f3, but then you can just
play
do
somewhere with the
some move
bishop.
here. So maybe f3, but you go knight to bishop f5 maybe. I really want to go knight e4, knight
e4.
f6.
Yeah,
you know?
I see.
What do you do? F3 looks a little bit artificial to me.
Also, you can give check on e3. Is it? But no, maybe it's not
But
a
then
good idea.
the
That knight c4
Knight
is coming.
c4, but maybe this one is working. I was hoping for g4, but that might be too optimistic. Rook d8. That's just
Well,
not good.
f3 instead of f3, can you play knight c4 here? Is
Oh,
it possible?
yes.
Knight c4.
Yes, I guess black would do. The pawn on a2 is hanging, so maybe just
Ah, the pawn is hanging. Yeah,
a
maybe
solid
not
move
a
like
good
that.
move.
But maybe knight can jump to through d6 to e4 to f6 if if
But he has this
Knight
pin,
d6,
you know, queen,
and now
rook
rook
d8.
d8. and
Well,
the
this
queen is too
This,
active.
I think, not a good idea to take this
So
bishop.
still, I'm not sure entirely.
You have to
Maybe-
find something fast.
Maybe white can go to g5 with two ideas, knight e4. So for now, rook e1 is threatening, right?
Yeah,
so
bishop
let's-
somewhere
bishop where? e6,
or f5. I don't know.
bishop
Let's
f5.
say f5.
Let's say f5. Yeah, that's the strongest. And the a2 pawn is always hanging, and I don't see how knight can get to f6. If knight gets to f6, game over.
Yes,
But
you're right.
it's not
But how
easy
to
to
do
get
this?
there. Yeah. So these are the things he has to consider. I don't think there are any other options. I don't see any other options. And if bishop moves, then indeed knight b5. Maybe it's still not over. Maybe there's awkward looking move like that. But then
Oh,
black
yes,
goes e4,
e4.
queen c2. Maybe that's the way to go. And this knight on b5 is a little bit awkward.
You're right. After a4.
Maybe a4, the c4 square for white. Maybe it's not.
Actually, this bishop
Maybe this-
a5, I like it.
Maybe this is a way to keep on playing.
Yeah, I like this bishop
Yeah.
a5.
So maybe white shouldn't take that knight. I think he is strongly considering. I'm pretty sure he's trying to find a way to get with the knight to f6.
Yeah, but I don't think there is any option here for white. I mean, something fast he has to do because of
Yeah,
this.
bishop coming
But
and rook to
it
d8.
doesn't look like.
Yeah, maybe it's just white is not in time.
Yeah.
Maybe. So I guess, but I think he missed his knight d4. It's
He
very easy
missed,
to
but
miss.
now bishop f1, knight
Yeah,
b5. I think black has also missed bishop a5
Maybe.
because this is a good move. Now you are threatening a4.
Yeah, just keep all the
Oh,
pieces.
what are you going to do with this?
e4 makes sense to open
About
the
queen
bishop.
c2.
Queen
Still
c2.
a4 is the threat.
But
Ah,
now
maybe
bishop
knight
g4.
a3.
I
About
have
knight a3 you
knight
have
a3, queen c7.
queen c7. Yeah.
But bishop g4,
Ah, bishop g4.
forcing rook e1,
Oh,
and then rook c8.
You're right.
Black's fine.
Yeah, this bishop g4 is strong.
Rook e1, e8,
Maybe knight c4.
knight c4, and now even this.
Mhm.
Black is fine. Then bishop goes back to
You're
e6.
right, you're
Black
right.
is
This
for sure
is
fine.
nothing. Yeah, yeah.
So
This
maybe
is-
knight d4
so
equalizes. You know.
You're right. Knight b5 is a good move later on. Yeah, maybe this bishop a5 and it's
Maybe white still can do something here, takes, and now let's say b4. And maybe knight b3, knight c5. I guess black has to go something like this. And then knight goes like that. Bishop b6 and a3. But doesn't look that black could be much worse here. This bishop, white squared bishop, is very strong.
Yeah. Bishop c4 maybe now.
No, but knight d6 might be unpleasant.
Ah, knight d6 is
might be,
yeah.
So maybe this is the way to go. But I'm pretty sure white missed this move. It's quite very uncommon actually. In Sicilian, this is a common idea, but in this case, very obvious, very easy to miss. So at least a nice attempt on black's behalf. All right. So I thought USA would be very close to winning already, but in all of the games it would appear to be a complicated game.
Positions,
so it's not nearly over yet.
Okay, let's go to where we were, to Ukraine.
Ukraine, yeah. We left off in the only on few moves were made. So Henkin, Ivanchuk, not much going on here. Rook c1, knight c6, e3, bishop f5, bishop d3. White keep it solid. So I think queen takes.
He wants to make draw.
Well, in this case, what about queen takes b2? I guess it's never good here, and the reason would be white. There is no knight b4. I thought
queen b5 check.
If the pawn was on a6, knight b4 would be excellent move. But now queen a3, and now at least rook takes b7, or maybe rook b3 and knight b5. No, rook takes b7. And black's in trouble. So this pawn is poisoned. e6, knight f3, still poisoned. Bishop e7, castle, and queen b5. Wow, white wants that draw badly. But it's actually not that easy position to play. I played this here, Gabriel Sargisyan with black. Similar pawn structure, but I exchanged my white squared bishop for the knight, not for the bishop. And the thing is, if knight comes to c5, and my pawn was on a6, that is also not that good. Knight comes to c5, and it's really hard to deal with him. If you take the knight, white always takes with the pawn, disbalancing the position and getting strong bishop. It seems, well, around equal. I actually got to a position where his evaluation was +1 in his favor, even though I did all the logical moves. But then he missed a counterplay, and I managed to make a draw. But these positions are far more not interesting, but dangerous than they appear.
But here I don't think.
Remember the game Kramnik-Aronian?
Yeah, sure.
It was equal, 1-0. That's it.
He just made one small mistake.
So actually, at that point, his position was already not that good, but then he just blundered.
But still, I think holdable.
Of course, holdable, but unpleasant, especially against Kramnik. So some constant pressure could be, but in this case, I think takes knight e4.
No problem at all.
In this case, I think so. Yeah, I think
even maybe knight h5. I don't know. Maybe it's not a
knight h5.
This bishop is strong, you know.
Yes, it is. Yeah, maybe even knight h5, just forcing the exchange. The thing is, I'm gonna go here.
Yeah, but still f6. What's wrong with f6?
Up. I ran away. I want to go g4 when you're.
G4.
But even f6. I'm not sure it. Sorry, you take of course first. Takes. It's slightly weakening white squares. I'm not sure. Bishop c7. Well, you're gonna go a6, I guess, and then rook c8, right? Oh, maybe.
Knight d6.
Maybe I have stuff
maybe
like that.
Take
and my bishop escapes.
Your bishop escapes.
And your knight is
still on.
Still, yeah.
Yeah, probably knight h5 is not a good idea.
No, but I think knight e4 or rook c8.
Yes.
This position is
or maybe
equal.
Knight d7. Well, all of these moves, you know, possible.
So that's why Vasily is trying to find. I think he needs to take a look what's going on other boards. And then decide whether he wants to play for a win, which is might be a way to play for a win, knight d7 actually. Yeah. And if white takes, knight is already near the
Coming to
c4
c-
square. That's unpleasant. So, but black has no problems whatsoever in this
Exactly,
position.
yes.
But so is white, so it's just
Yeah.
equal position. Let's go to board number 2, Korobov-Meyer. I told you black's not gonna take on e4, didn't I?
Yeah, you told me. Actually, you were right.
G6, e4, and just ignoring that pawn. That
Which is
makes.
actually the better option.
By the way, what's
Looks like the better option.
okay? Just for the record, white didn't play bishop d3, preparing e4. White goes
without,
right. I guess that this is the reason.
Bishop c4.
Intermediate move.
Yes.
There is no time to take the knight because this is just losing. And black has to do some moves like rook e7, and then knight comes with a tempo to d6. I think game over. This is very bad. That's why black didn't take. Knight goes to e6. For now, the black's position looks bad, doesn't it?
You looks bad, yes.
This
Because
position.
bishop on b1. The last,
No, not the
oh,
last.
okay.
Actually, I'm not sure. But in this case, it looks black's kind of passive. But black's play is very easy. Knight comes to e6, and then preparing c5 at some point. But what to do for white? Normally, white would push f4 here.
Mhm.
But I don't see how white. First of all, the rook should be on f1 then. The knight on f3 is in the way. But if
But
I
how
were
to
white,
do
I
this?
would strongly consider pushing the f-pawn somehow. Maybe g3 starting, then moving the knight away, and
But
then
in the game,
f4. He decided to try to use the g6
Yes.
square. Queen e7, queen c2, prepares a battery, rook d8, and now h4, h5. I think it's necessary. And then actually, queen d2, and rook goes back to. That's his idea. Now he wants to go knight g5 and f4.
f4.
That's his idea. And
It's a
then
good
either
idea.
f5 or g4 just
Very
attack.
strong.
I missed this king. Actually, now I thought white is worse. I didn't see how to continue the attack.
But now there's knight g5.
Knight g5. Black didn't get. If black had his king on h7, bishop h6, excellent position, I think.
Yeah.
No attack on the king side. Very easy. Prepare c5, push the pawns there.
Yeah.
But now queen d2, and knight g5 is coming. Black played rook e8.
What's the plan?
Maybe rook a d8. Maybe now he regrets playing this move. Maybe now he realized that this attack is coming. Rook e8.
Maybe
What's
he wants to play something? But what's the
what?
what's the point?
Let's consider knight g5. Okay.
Yeah, knight g5. I like it.
Let's consider knight g5. Maybe he wants some tricks with sacrifices on d4, but for now it just doesn't work.
Queen d2.
Just queen d2.
No,
Doesn't
it's
work.
not.
Doesn't work. What else?
c5. Is it possible c5?
c5.
But maybe knight d5 now.
Knight coming to d6 here. What else? Maybe pinning.
But it
Forcing
it is
f4.
f4 now.
All right.
Now what?
And now maybe
f6
f5.
maybe he wants to do. I know f6, g6 is hanging.
That's why I'm gonna go f5.
f5. Oh, this
And
is
the idea is that's why he needs the rook on e8.
protecting e6.
Protecting e6. I'm still not sure that this is that good. g3, rook e5, doubling
Yes,
the rooks.
Exactly.
Maybe it's
Which
not
is
that
a
good
very
either.
Position actually.
If there are no tricks with knight d4, no, there is none.
You can
Takes, rook e1.
give
No, okay,
king
just
d2.
to check.
Just
Knight
to
takes,
show also the
takes,
polarization.
queen d4. Actually, it's quite easy to miss tricks like that.
Yeah,
Once
yeah.
I lost a game
Yeah.
like that in
Yeah.
equal position, I completely forgot about this. But here, just this isn't
Yeah,
checkers,
yes.
just king moves, and nothing's going on here. So maybe,
This is still good for white.
but maybe it's not that bad for black either. Maybe this knight on c3 is not that well. Rook here.
But the rook is very
Mm.
strong.
Yeah, I thought I have time for bishop c8, but it would appear not. So maybe that's his idea, but why else he needs a rook on e8? I think some some there is some, I don't know, he's preventing something, I think.
Well, I don't see
Or
that.
maybe he just wants to do a move like rook d8 and then bishop c8, consolidate pieces,
Okay.
and then maybe c5, maybe knight g7, stuff like that.
For the moment, he stops f5.
Yeah,
But,
And,
maybe you can move the queen somewhere.
f2, let's say.
F2 or D3 is it possible?
f4,
No, but
f4
F4 is
pawn,
angry.
yeah. And now maybe
Bishop
bishop
C8.
c8 and then knight g7 and try to... Actually now c5 could be an option at any point. That's his idea. He regrets this move for sure. He regrets this move now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're right.
But still black's position is very solid. It's still black has c5 plan at any point, so it's not that easy, but I think white has to
I think
go.
White has to reckon something with his C3 knight.
But it's
Because
waiting
it's
for
not
c5 to follow.
Waiting, but still he cannot prevent black.
Maybe he can maneuver it to
playing this.
f4, but where
Yeah,
to?
but I mean, yes, he can maneuver to E3 maybe, to play F5 with some kind of,
But then you need
He
to
will take
move
on
the
the-
rook. No, I think this is the way to go. And then
Yeah,
f4,
Let's see this variation one more time. Bishop H6,
6, f4.
F4, and then Rook D8.
Rook
let's
D8,
see,
I
Rook
guess.
D8, Queen F2.
Queen f2.
Bishop
Maybe
C8,
c5 is already.
C5, okay, but C5 not B5.
Oh, so maybe I need some prophylactic move. a6, let's see.
Yeah, okay.
But now knight a4, and now knight where it belongs, forcing
so
some.
now
Mhm.
this knight is still good there.
I think knight is doing a good job now on c3. It's ready to jump to b5.
Here in
attacks
this
the
position also we can play knight H3. Now, well, for
It's
example,
black
you
to
play
move,
something
mhm.
and a knight H3 and my
f5.
F5 is the threat.
Yeah,
How are
maybe.
you going to
I
prevent
think
it?
somehow like that. Black's gonna
Are
prevent
you
it
preventing it?
at the moment, maybe.
No,
I think white needs to regroup the rooks, maybe. So I think
maybe
anything could happen here.
Queen G3 after knight G7 may be possible. Still, I want to play F5.
Okay.
Bishop C8.
And now you don't have enough pieces. Still, black is kind of passive. You know, white can improve the position, move the king, maybe b4, move the rooks
But
to
this
f1.
knight G7 is good. I like it.
That is probably his idea, to centralize the rooks like that and try to keep it solid. So maybe actually white should be aiming for g4 in this position.
Oh, maybe. Okay.
Mm.
Maybe there is knight takes F7 at some point. If you call it to Queen G3, you have to Bishop C8. But no, nothing for the moment.
All right. So I think a very complicated position.
Yeah, okay.
We
Change
can
this.
we can leave it at that. Okay. Let's go to Armenia versus China.
Okay.
That is a key match of today, I think. Oh. We left off again in the opening, in this position, castle. Bishop e3, you guessed Li Chao's
we
move.
just
And queen e7. And you also guessed that Aryan's going to try to keep the queens.
The queens.
Bishop takes, and queen... Oh, sorry. Takes, and queen d4. Takes. And now black gets extra time to protect his pawn. Knight c6. Okay.
Interesting position.
Interesting. Rook d1. So if white takes, black takes, and if now white takes, rook b8, and there is no way to protect this pawn on b2,
Mm-hmm.
but b3 would give a very quick draw.
Also, I was thinking to play.
Why didn't he take and play bishop takes c6 and now maybe he's playing for a win? Maybe, okay, I think he is trying to put some pressure.
But I think this is still white, not so clear. Bishop
Oh, really?
a6.
Here bishop a6.
Bishop a6, yes. I have some, the knight is not developed, you see. I have pressure on e2. If you play now take
Yes,
take
you're
knight
right.
c3 with rook c8.
Yes, you're right.
So
1 second, I
still
go
in
knight
range.
c3 anyway. What do you do?
Knight c3. What about rook c8?
Rook c8, bishop f3,
C takes b3.
pawn takes b3.
Pawn takes b3.
And I offer a draw.
Yeah. You have such kind of
No, this is a draw.
tactical.
Tactically it works. Maybe if black takes here, pawn takes, rook takes, I think this is just also a draw. Just winning back the pawn on a7. Rook c7, rook a1, a draw. So
Yeah.
maybe
Probably this would be.
I think that was like a proposition of a draw, you know. Maybe we're missing something, but it seems that I don't see anything better. Just next move is knight c3. No, this could have been a draw, but in team matches you're not supposed to make a draw in 15 moves, right?
Yeah.
You need to try to put some pressure.
Mhm.
That's why I think rook d1 was playing for a win. Rook b8, takes, and rook d2. Bishop a6, knight c3, rook c8, rook c1, centralizing, king f8, knight a4, forcing c5, and now e4, cutting off the knight on f6, rook b4, knight goes back to c3, knight goes to d1. I don't know who is better. Is black better
It's
already?
difficult to assess this position. Well,
Black
pressing.
looks fine.
Looks like pressing.
Black has extra pawn.
Yeah, but
White has a weakness, black has a weakness, but extra pawn.
Yeah, but
G5 I
but
like.
this D file, it's a little bit.
Yeah, but
White
how
has
what you're gonna do about it? That's he's trying, e5
Mhm.
to go to d7.
This actually like
Knight
on
G4.
Knight G4, F4 takes, and what is Black's plan now? To go to H6 and then A5.
Yeah, and then d4.
But
Excellent
I ha-
outpost.
But he has Bishop E4 always. So Bishop E4.
I think I'm ready to give my knight for your bishop.
Maybe he wants to go to King E7 and then the rook comes to G5.
But now rook d7 or rook d6 are. But then I think king e7 is now good. Is the move.
Yeah, King E7 must be the move.
But now white has some option of rook c3, transferring the rook
to A3 maybe.
to h3 or g3.
Can I play Bishop B7? Because I secured the outpost of the knight
Yeah.
on F5. But still, knight E3, there is a
I go
Um,
a3.
A3. Yeah,
And
what to play now? And C4 pawn is,
rook a4 looks ugly.
yeah.
So maybe that bishop is doing
Well,
quite a good job
yeah,
on
it's
a6.
still but you are threatening some. How do I make progress?
Well, knight h6, I guess.
Can I exchange one pair of rooks with rook d8? Is it a good option?
d8 takes.
Is it a good option? I don't know. H3, knight h6, bishop e4.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
Yeah, it looks like actually better now.
Yeah.
Knight on d1 is doing excellent job.
Yeah.
But there is a point that if white moves the rook, let's say rook h3. Actually, rook h3, very good move. Now bishop f3 is a big threat, trapping that knight.
Yeah, suddenly
So, but
this rook becomes very active.
yeah. So no, you shouldn't exchange probably that rook.
You're right.
You need it
You're
on
right.
g5.
Maybe rook king e7.
King
It's
e7, rook
good
c3.
position, no?
I don't know who is better. Do you?
Yeah. Well, even white can be better in this position.
Yeah, I think anyone could win here because well, black has extra pawn, but white's pieces are very well. The black's rooks are not doing anything.
Yes.
The knight on
But
d1.
this knight g4, I didn't like it too much.
Oh,
No.
I got an idea. Bishop b5, bishop a4.
Bishop b5.
Right away, I go bishop. Oh, a3. But a3 weakens. I'm gonna go with b3 then. I'm gonna go bishop a4 now, and try to win the pawn on b2.
Bishop d5.
Try to removing the guard on
But
d1.
this now you cannot play h3. Okay.
h3.
Knight h6.
Okay.
Knight e3. Is it possible? But you can maybe sacrifice on f5. Knight f5. Is it
Yeah.
possible? Knight f5.
Yeah, you have to take.
Take.
And now bishop will go back to a6. I think it's dynamically equal position
Yeah,
actually.
bishop e5 or something like this.
Bishop d5.
Or maybe something else. Bishop f1 maybe.
But now c3 is now always a trick.
Ah, yeah, there is
It's-
c3. You're
it's-
right.
Oh, by the way, it's c3 is available even right now.
Ah, maybe
Oh.
c3 is the move.
Oh, we missed this idea.
He is
c3.
threatening c3.
But it's black to move now.
White to move.
No, in
Ah,
the
what
in
is
the
that?
game, this is black to move. This is the position now in the game. Black is thinking. So, oh, c3 another option. So maybe black is better.
c3, yes. But
d3.
what is it?
I guess rook takes,
Rook takes. Rook
takes and
rook
takes.
c5.
But now all black's pieces are in the game.
But also white pieces now. Do you have the c file, the e file?
Yeah.
and
But if the knight takes the pawn on e5, for example,
But this is not.
I play like this.
Doesn't look like that.
What do you do?
What about rook a5 maybe?
K5, rook b6 maybe.
Rook c7.
Rook
maybe not
c7.
such a big.
Maybe even this. Oh, sorry, I forgot.
Oh.
Oh, something happened in the game.
What is it?
What happened? F4, fc3 was
Is
played.
played.
This is the position now.
So he's going to go for it.
I think white has to take with the rook, right? With the pawn, not good. With the knight, also not good. So rook takes c3 is the only move. Rook takes, e5 is hanging. I don't see any other options than to take.
Yeah.
At least it makes a lot of sense. And now,
As you said, I don't. It's also probably rook somewhere, but where?
no, I think rook f5 should, or rook b5 is an option also.
Rook b5.
So very double-edged endgame. My guess is white is going to win the a7 pawn, black's going to win the e5 pawn, and we will have a race of passed pawns.
To pass pawns, but looks like these pawns on the A and B can be more dangerous.
Yes, but white's king can get in trouble if black pushes the pawn quite close.
Yeah, but.
Oh, this is the
time-
position on the board now, and now I think Lichao will take on b5. And I wonder what is Aronian's idea. It's rook, well, I think the only black's idea viable is to take the pawn on e5.
Yeah, he has
I
to
don't
attack
see
now on
I don't
E5.
see any
You're
other
right.
options. H3 would just
rook
kick
F5 or rook B5.
rook f5 or
Both
rook
of the
b5.
moves actually looks like the only idea for black.
Yeah, and actually rook f5 we need to check it. Rook takes e5, maybe some counter attack with the rook c6, but maybe it just doesn't work.
Bishop B7.
No, the rook e1. Haha. King g2, bishop b7, game over. Yeah. So rook f5 or rook b5. This is our prediction, but let's take a look at the time. Oh, white has only 19 minutes, and black has 50.
He played something. Rook F5, I think he played.
Yes, rook f5 was
Rook
played.
F5.
This is the position on the board right now. And I don't know how about the objective evaluation of the position, but I think it definitely suits Aronian style. You know, dynamic, crazy position with attacks and counterattacks.
Counterattacks, yes.
So it's also Lichao's field of expertise, I think, but Aronian is, well, much more respected
Yeah.
guy in that area. And also the time is in black's favor. But what
Yeah,
what is the
18 minutes actually
for 15 moves?
11
No, there's 26
moves?
26
Okay.
move are 14 moves.
It's nothing, 18 minutes. Yeah,
It's
approximately
less than 2 minutes
yeah,
per move.
approximately 1 minute and a half,
One and a
even
half.
less.
No, but
1
like
minute and-
increment.
with the increment,
Yeah.
maybe 1 minute and a half, something
Yeah.
like this.
In this position, I would bet on black now, actually. Even if white is better, white could be actually better in this position. I don't know, rook a5. What do you do? What do you do on rook a5?
Well, actually, good question.
Maybe rook b6.
Rook b6, yes.
Yeah, rook b6 is good. And now maybe this works.
What about bishop e4?
Here?
Yes. Is it possible?
Takes?
Takes. Bishop takes. It's about now.
No, there's... That pawn is actually useless.
Yeah,
White needs the a7
F5.
pawn. Yeah, f5 is coming. No, but what about bishop h3 now? And if rook takes c5, rook takes a6. What is this? Oh, it's not good. It is not.
Because rook g5 is coming.
Yeah, rook g5 intermediate move, forcing rook, and now rook a2. This is hopeless for white. Yeah, just those pawns would promote.
Yeah.
So this doesn't work. So rook a5, rook b6, and the a7 pawn is still alive. What else? Li Chao is deeply thinking. He needs that a7 pawn. Maybe rook c7.
I will, if I were Ling Chao, I will think to change one of the rooks, you know.
Just to keep the king safe,
Because
maybe?
The less pieces on the board, especially with this time control, you have less, 18 minutes left on the clock. You have to simplify the position.
Yeah.
So I will keep it on c5.
But what else? I win the pawn on e5. How?
Maybe
What?
something like with this d2 rook.
Rook d7, you mean? Yeah.
Rook somewhere.
Because rook c7 I don't like because rook e5, and the reason rook a7 because of this back rank problem. Rook d7. Okay.
Looks a very logical move.
Rook d7.
Attacking the a7 pawn.
Yeah.
So why not?
Yeah, maybe that's the best.
Yeah.
But I take with the knight on e5.
Okay.
Knight f3 is threatening now.
Yeah, okay. Okay. It's not okay now.
Well, you are counter-attacking, so I'm still not.
F3.
Knight f3 takes, and white is better.
White is better, yes. Now is better.
So knight f3 doesn't work, but we have intermediate move.
Bishop e2. Okay.
And black is winning.
And threatening knight f3.
Knight f3, bishop d1, rook b2 threatening. I think white is collapsing.
Not exactly right now, because I can
Knight
play
e3.
something like rook c1, but I don't like this position.
No, but
As
b2
you
pawn
said,
is
because
hanging.
the b2 pawn is
b2 pawn's falling.
so it's
But maybe knight e3, maybe it's still not over. Knight e3. And if you go knight f3, I take. And if you take my rook, I take here. And rook b2. And still black is better.
yeah, definitely.
Rooks are stronger than two
Yeah.
pieces in such positions with with fight on both
right.
part of the board. And also black has always an
Especially
option
with
rook
the
is.
king on the
No, but
bottom
even rook
first.
is 3 and then rook b2.
Yeah,
No, this is very bad for
definitely
black.
better for black.
But maybe black is just better here. What do you think?
Well, the more I look to
Oh, no, this is a position on the board. White hasn't taken on c5 yet.
that, but he will take no.
Maybe he's considering rook d7 now. What do you think? Or maybe, but
I don't
then okay. I think black is better. I think
Rook
black is.
C5, well, after rook f5, he has to find something good for himself, you know. So rook c5, rook f5.
No, but I think I've seen this position on the board. I think I've seen rook and knight not being
Well,
on.
I've seen as well, probably, but they didn't.
First, it's not refreshed yet, so I don't know.
refresh. Okay.
All right, I think Aronian is close to winning.
Movsesyan Dink.
Movsesyan Dink, what happened there? I predicted f4 move
Yeah.
because if the rook goes back, black would have very good compensation.
Yeah.
f4, forcing the rook to go bad. Queen f2, queen h4, rook d1.
Interesting.
Okay,
He
rook
wants to
d3
do
is
this,
threatening,
yes.
of course.
He wants to sack on d4. Probably he will then exchange sacrifice. Probably.
And also rook d3 is now a threat.
Rook d3.
The queen is not.
okay.
That is the
d3.
trick. And of course there
Which
is.
a very big
Yeah. So bishop h6,
Bishop h6. probably
attacking
the only
f4,
move.
maybe knight c3. And now I've seen this position when they played, and I couldn't understand why not queen takes a4, e4, f4. Why did he reject this move? And the
He
variation.
doesn't like maybe the pawn structure.
What do you
That's
mean?
why. He doesn't want to exchange the queens.
No, but this is very. I think it's a very precise
Then
position.
the rook still, after taking and bishop f3, what are you going to do?
Bishop f3. Rook. Oh yeah, this is the problem because knight e2 doesn't work because
But
rook
knight
take
e4
rook
is
e3.
perfect.
Yeah, but okay. Yes.
Rook g5, knight e4.
Rook g5. This is what I considered.
Yes, you cannot play rook e5 because d6 is
And
negative.
if I do this,
If you do this, maybe g4.
maybe bishop
g4.
g4. Oh yeah, that's the reason. And if rook e5
Rook, knight takes d6.
or even g3 intermediate move, yeah, that is the reason. Yes, I agree. That is the reason. That's why he takes with the bishop. But now knight e2, winning the exchange.
But he is probably ready for this.
Take a
Bishop
look what's
e5.
going on here.
What happened? He played bishop g4?
Yeah.
What is this?
Chinese guy playing. They like these tricks a lot.
Interesting.
So white cannot take on f4 with anything.
Which looks like a very good move.
Very good move. And very easy to miss, don't you think?
Well, if it's a,
I think-
if he missed it, then I mean,
I think actually that Movsi-san prepared this idea. I think he calculated. It makes a lot of sense to calculate this and reject bishop f4 to just stop here. Well, of course, black has this option, but now takes. What do you do if you take with the bishop? Of course, the compensation, but
is it enough? We don't know.
we don't know. Yeah, but I think bishop g4 easy move to miss. Bishop
He
f3,
played bishop
but
f4.
still not over. Bishop f5.
He played bishop f5.
Why not to take? Because g takes. And knight takes g3 is coming.
Yeah, sure.
Or maybe later.
Mm-hmm.
So he goes bishop f5 and knight takes f4.
Oh, he didn't take on g3.
Yeah, because
Very dangerous.
no, this is just almost game over with this rook on h1.
And
this
how to,
looks-
this h1 rook is not
Yeah, white has to do.
going to be
And
in the game
c4
for
is
a long-
hanging. Queen e2 is the only move.
Yeah, right.
And this
He's
is
playing without a rook.
no, even this is and rook e8. Black is winning here. So that's why he took here and bishop e4. Queen g5. Some forced lines which are very hard to. Oh no, this is the position on the board right now, according to the broadcast. What's going on here?
Bishop e4 is the move, huh? Interesting move.
They like leave pieces hanging, don't they? Bishop
Yeah.
g4, bishop e4. What to do for black? I guess if black wants a draw, I think
I
he
don't
can.
think there is many options here,
I think he can do this.
but this will be bad. What about h4?
H4, rook g4. And if you take, I have either this, or this is also good. c4 is hanging. You go b3, and now g2 pawn is weak.
Yes.
So, but this is it should be a draw, a rook endgame, and this is a way to make a draw, I think, for black.
But maybe he can go to f3 now.
You mean bishop
And the
f3?
rook- yes, and the rook is there.
No, but the rook goes back to e5.
But how do you go? I have rook e1 now. You have no time.
Oh, I am not afraid
F6
of it.
maybe.
I'm not afraid
Ah,
of
you
this.
are not afraid of this. Are you sure?
Not entirely.
Yes, because I have d6, after
Yes,
taking-
takes, d6, rook c8.
Maybe rook b8. You have one tempo.
Yeah, but if I put f6 and
No,
brings the
but
king, you would
maybe-
be in trouble.
Maybe you have time after
Mm.
rook b8,
Yeah.
b3, and then f6.
So black is could be even better in this endgame, but white will exchange the bishops and enter equal rook endgame. So I think black is
Also,
searching.
there's another option to play queen g5 if he doesn't want to exchange the rooks.
Oh, wait a minute. What about this move? Takes, takes, takes. King g1, right?
But for what?
Oh, d6 is hanging.
Also
I thought-
for what? You are
I thought I
exchange-
eat a lot
but
of
you are
pawns.
exchange down.
I thought I win a lot of pawns, but I don't even get one.
Yeah, no, I
so
don't
no,
like
it
that
doesn't
position.
work. All right.
If I were Ding,
Yeah.
I will play it here Queen G5
Queen G5.
because it's still the attack is going.
Leaving the queens on board
Yes.
because White's king
And
is in
look
trouble.
at the White's king position. Maybe King G1, King H2, but still, because I can consolidate my rook with F4
Mm-hmm.
later on. Maybe I don't know.
Let's take a
And
look
then
at
the
first
other rook-
line. Takes.
G takes,
Takes.
King G1,
King G1.
Rook E8, let's say.
Maybe you want the rook on G8.
Yes, rook, yes.
Oh, this
probably.
is good.
Yes, and this is coming all over. Yeah.
This is good.
Or
And next
maybe
move is
you-
F3.
Yes, or maybe you can just right away play it. King, no, F5 is hanging. F4 is good move.
And then F3 coming, and then maybe a linear checkmate
Yeah.
on the H5.
But Rook F1 is it possible? Rook F5.
F1, F3.
Yes, of course, F3.
Takes. There is no mate yet.
Then-
There is
then-
no mate yet, unfortunately.
Then this is not working. F3 is not
But Queen F4 is not a threat. Black can improve his position somehow. Queen H4 maybe. Oh, Queen H4, then you take on F4.
How do I improve my position?
H5, H4. What else?
Is it-
Maybe it's a fortress, but maybe Rook G6. Oh, Rook G6, and now F3 is threatening.
I would have played like this if I were Ding.
Yeah, but
Still
let's.
the attack is continuing.
So just to sum up, Black is better. That's our evaluation, and Black is looking for ways to play for a win.
Yeah.
Because if he wants a draw, he can take on F2, play
Yeah.
Rook G5, and have at least an equal Rook endgame.
Played a very creative play. Actually.
Yeah, B5 move I liked. This
Incredible
Rook to
tactical moves.
G3.
Yes,
Mm.
a difficult actually position, and he found all the best moves,
It would appear so.
which is actually Ding Liren's,
He's a very good player.
style. He likes to play such kind of tactical games.
Yeah.
That's why he plays Kings in the
Oh,
end.
yes.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
likes to sacrifice pieces and compensation.
All right. So
Okay, move
so
on.
Aronian is probably better with Black, and Dink is probably better with
Yeah,
Black
let's
too.
move on to Azerbaijan, Russia,
Okay.
with Kramnik playing against
Mamedov.
Mamedov with black pieces. Mamedov, Azerbaijan.
All right.
first
So
board,
we left
Kramnik,
off at this position. Kramnik was thinking, and he chose my move Bishop A5, and we did not see this Bishop D2 coming. I really enjoyed this move. Just
But we didn't think that he will just play.
we considered Knight D4 and Bishop
A5.
A5.
First, Knight D4 we considered.
Yeah.
But Bishop A5, I don't know why. I didn't like it too much.
Well, I really like this Bishop
And
D2
then
move.
Bishop D7, as I told you, he couldn't find any place.
But that's because very good move Bishop D2, I think, Now Black cannot double pawns. The Rook on E1 is working. What to do? Bishop E6. So
this
our idea was that Bishop...
strategy actually with this.
I think White is better here.
Yeah. This knight
And now
is-
A3, take a look. Rook B8. What's
Yeah.
B4?
Look, he became, he is doing what we told now.
Yeah.
Knight
Knight
D4.
D4.
But with lots of tempo loss,
C
He
takes
lost
B5.
so many tempos. Bishop
Well,
A5,
he-
Bishop B6, going back and Knight D4.
Yeah, but on the other hand, White played A3, B4, which it's not that might be a weakness.
No, I don't
If
think so.
he-
Look at this position.
That's why he took with C pawn
Yeah,
to
but
try
I
to prove that it
still
was a weakness.
Not very good.
Looks better for White.
Oh, exactly.
Two bishops in an open position.
Bishops, the pressure on E5.
But hang on, no more two bishops, but White wins a pawn.
Yeah, he lost the pawn now.
Wow, Kramnik is in trouble.
Yeah, he's the pawn down. What is this position?
Queen F5 takes. Now B5.
Now he plays with the pawn down.
Yeah, he's struggling for a draw.
Yes.
And White has rook and bishop, which are better than rook and knight,
also-
especially in an
And
open
also
position.
4 against 3 on the queen side.
Kramnik's in trouble. Rauf Mamedov has big advantage.
Yeah.
Though you know why top grandmasters are the top grandmasters. It's very hard to beat them. Even if you get a winning advantage, they will always seek for chances. They never give up till the last move. I had this year, I had a game,
with Kramnik.
especially with Kramnik. But you know, this year I played against David Navara, very strong player, more than 2,700. He beaten everyone in top level. He beaten Aronian with black and everyone. I got completely winning position against him with black, and I couldn't convert it into a full point. He was always finding some ideas, some tricks, resources, and we ended up, I had rook endgame with A and C pawns for black, and he defended very well, and I didn't manage to win, even though I was...
H.
It's the same,
on
yeah.
the queen side.
Yeah, yeah. And he was very hard to win the winning position against the top grandmaster. They always seek chances. Or, you know, weak players, when they get losing position, they, oh, damn it, that's it. I will lose this, you know. But with first extra top grandmaster,
hand,
he starts even better.
On the board, yes.
He
the
forces you.
Move.
Yes, it is. So, indeed, white has very big advantage, but I think Kramnik would resist very well here. I don't know about
Well,
successfully, but...
yes, it depends on, of course, the position, if it's winning. So if white finds the best moves, of course, it's winning.
But
we
he would
sure,
have tough time.
Because of this F5 pawn.
Yeah, maybe it will fall in the future.
It will fall.
Actually, next black's move is rook d8, I think, and rook d5. So
black is thinking.
no, white is thinking b5, very good move, and now rook d8, rook d5 is coming. If white goes c4 now,
rook d8,
then rook d8, and there's a problem with this pawn. King f3, king f3, and now I go rook d8.
Rook d8, threatening rook d5.
Yeah, so maybe white would have to give away that pawn, like that. For example, takes, and this is clearly better for white.
Still better, yes.
Yeah, because of pawn majority and the bishop stronger than knight,
centralized king.
like this, or maybe b5 right away, I don't know. So white is better like that. Maybe black wouldn't take. Maybe black goes like this. That looks better, actually.
Yeah, without taking.
Just trying to take over the d5 square. But so it's far from being winning, actually.
C takes b5.
C takes rook, and knight comes to d5.
No,
I don't
knight
know.
comes to d5. You're right.
It's not
easy.
Not easy at all. So that's why Rauf is taking time, because he has advantage, quite a decent one, extra pawn and everything, but it's not easy.
Find something against this
rook d8 coming. What to do? There is a bishop e3 with a tempo coming, and if a6, maybe bishop d4.
Oh, interesting. Yes.
Or now c4. No c4, and if rook d8, I get this extra tempo. There is no bishop on d2, so I think he's trying to find the best way to bishop e3 seems like a reasonable option here. But actually, I'm still not sure. Knight d5, and if you take, I do this. Rook a3, activating the rook.
Still some
Bishop.
pressure.
Of course, white is clearly better. Pawn up, and bishop versus knight. But my prediction is Rauf will have tough time winning this endgame.
I agree with you.
So, but a surprise, don't you think?
Well, I'm surprised because
150 elo point difference, and black is in big trouble. Kramnik is in big trouble.
Yeah, but Kramnik is playing black pieces. Also, this.
Yeah, but with this
I
opening,
this
you know.
F6 line he chose, probably some novelty, but I think he didn't have any experience with it.
But I don't think.
Just check some variations. The G4 move, you know, is a good move. Maybe
yeah, I really like
move G4. You know, after G4, we couldn't find any good plan for black.
A very unexpected
and also
move.
I
G4.
think he made some kind of dubious bishop A5.
I don't know.
I think this bishop A5 is very,
maybe knight
very
D4
dubious.
was.
Yeah.
Well,
Because
at least in the game it didn't work out.
He lost lots of tempo.
Yeah, I agree. All right, so Kramnik is in trouble. Let's go to board number 2, Karyakin Safarli. We left off with knight b6, evaluating that white could.
Better white.
Yeah, e5, bishop e3, d6, knight takes, queen takes.
Yeah,
Okay.
I told you, he didn't want to
Give
up
away
his
the
pawn,
pawn,
his
yeah.
pawn.
Because now bishop indeed comes,
Yes.
indeed just doesn't work. Bishop,
Yeah.
bishop
Takes
a6,
and
rook
then-
goes, queen
then
e2,
queen
and no
e2.
defense against bishop c4.
Yeah.
That was not acceptable. So queen takes, b3. Okay, trying to put bishop on
Bishop
c4.
on C4, yeah.
But why didn't Karyakin go for standard? Oh, sorry, standard idea with g4, g5.
Maybe he found it slow.
Maybe.
A5, A4, maybe it's coming. He didn't like it.
Maybe. All right, so he played b3, knight e8. Oh, knight is coming. Do you know where?
To B5.
And to c3, indeed. Very good. I don't know if it works, but if it does, it's an excellent maneuver.
Yeah, I think so too. It's a good move.
Normally, black knight goes to d7, but from there it cannot get to b5.
Mhm.
But knight e8, actually very easy move to miss, don't you
Yeah.
think? Very easy to miss.
Yeah.
You think I play b3, bishop c4, and get very strong bishop, but suddenly the knight is coming.
But I will.
Takes. All right. Now the a file is open, but the pawn on b4 would fall. This is the position on the
last
board.
position. Bishop D2 is looks like a good move.
Bishop d2.
How are you going to protect this pawn?
I'm
D5?
afraid I will have to give it maybe d5. Maybe indeed d5. How are you going to protect the a2 pawn?
Yeah,
That's the
you're right.
question. If you take with the rook, with the pawn, I go bishop d6. And then the a file. If you take with the rook, I go queen a6. Next move, rook a8. I think with a strong attack.
Yeah.
So maybe rook d5 first. And now let's say queen a6. Queen a6, rook a8. I don't see a defense.
But
There is
still,
an
I'm
option
thinking-
of doing this, actually.
Yeah, but I didn't like this. You can go back. So you have
Maybe
one-
rook
you have
c8
one
first.
pawn up, so what is it?
Maybe rook
Rook
c8,
C8 also.
queen e3. I'm gonna try to win the b5, the b4 pawn, and
Maybe even rook C3, no? Is it working? Rook C3.
oh, it is. That is excellent. 3 takes, queen a1. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Black's winning.
Yeah, maybe it's not
Yeah.
immediate, but still it's
Yeah, so this idea doesn't work. That's why Karyakin is thinking. Is it true that he has 2.5 minutes? Can you check it?
yeah, sure. 2.5 minutes he has.
On 20 moves?
Karyakin?
Wow.
Even less now. 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Wow.
If it's true. How many?
Definitely,
How many moves?
he definitely missed this 98. That's why he spent so much time.
You
20
cannot- you
moves to
cannot
go.
Find a solution for this attack on the A file.
Indeed. Maybe the queen should go to b2, but it looks so ridiculous.
Well, I'm not still convinced with this bishop D2. Can we
Bishop
take
D2.
Bishop D2.
Okay,
Let's
one
check it
second,
more time.
maybe. So d5
D5,
is
okay,
okay. Let's start
let's-
with d5 here. Okay,
E takes D5. Okay.
he takes d4. You want a
Bishop
d6,
D6 you want to play.
or maybe bishop c5.
Ah, this may be stronger.
Tempo.
Because you also have bishop D4 at one moment.
Mm-hmm. No, I think you have to take with the rook.
But wait a minute. Bishop,
Okay.
bishop D5, rook, queen E1.
Queen e1. Now rook a8.
Bishop D4.
Takes.
Rook C3, but queen A6.
Queen a6.
Doesn't work. You're right. Doesn't work.
Still not over. Queen c3.
Queen C2.
Oh, no, it is. No, it's not. Sorry. I thought I take and rook a8, winning, threatening, but there is rook c8 maybe. So, wait a minute.
Why, rook c8?
Rook c8 takes here. Oh, and the king comes to the
The
big pawn.
king comes, it's okay.
But rook d2, wait. And now rook c1, back rank problem.
Yeah.
And white is winning, actually. I think so. All right, so queen c3, I will not take, I will do this. But now nothing's threatening. Oh, rook a8 is threatening.
Rook a8, what to do now?
Maybe rook d1, and if rook a8, and king runs away. But there is rook c8, or queen a3. I don't know what's going on here.
Rook c8 actually is good.
Rook
Why not?
c8.
How to protect the c8?
Oh, queen takes c8.
What is this?
Takes, and white is winning. So it's...
Maybe not winning, maybe draw, no? Queen takes c2?
Well, black is playing for a win, I
But
suppose.
at least black is
Yeah.
not playing good. Well, actually, this
So this is
d2
what
bishop d2 might be possible.
Well, he's trying to figure out maybe he's just losing after d5 and a2 pawn falling. But given the
He
time,
didn't
I think Karyakin...
I don't think this time.
Oh, he played. He did a move. What did he do?
Yeah.
Or maybe the live broadcast is wrong with this. My time says 0.00. Okay, we are told that there are some little... okay, so we are waiting for a move from Karyakin, but if the time that was appeared on the clock is correct, then white is in big trouble. If not, then maybe black is in trouble. If white has enough time here, I think he can find the solution, and because strategically black is hopeless, right? Weak square on d5, bad bishop, weak pawns, so only the attack is a chance for black, and white needs time to figure out what to do.
Okay.
So very unclear position.
So we have a technical problem. In order to solve it, we have to give some break.
To give a break, we'll talk to you soon.
Okay. See you soon. together with Mr. Levon Aronyan. Welcome, Mr. Aronyan. He has just finished his game against China's first board, Li Chao, and he won it very convincingly again today. Congratulations.
Thank you for coming every day.
Yes.
Well,
thank
as
you.
long as I play well, I don't mind coming.
Yes. Also, we enjoy that you play such a good game, every day. Can you please show us some comments on your game, please?
Yeah, it's kind of a rare line. It doesn't always happen that black plays like this against Catalan.
That's what we were discussing actually. You wanted to maybe play Tarash or something like C takes D5, knight takes
well, the thing is that Chao hasn't been playing D4 all his life, so he only started recently, and
you surprised him probably.
Yeah, that was the idea.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure how it's going to be working, but I worked a lot today in order to achieve that. So bishop c5, knight d4, dc, knight c2. Yeah, I'm thinking this is more or less a passive move.
You were wondering, knight b5 is bishop f2 possible? Was that the home preparation, I guess?
Yes, bishop f2 is the move.
Then we will not ask, I guess.
No, I mean, it's pretty simple to find. Then, for example, in here, it's not too easy, but it seems that black is in time to protect everything, and his bishop is not really in danger because e3 is always met with knight g4.
Yes.
I think what I looked was a move like this, bishop e3. Then I think black has to proceed cautiously here, something like knight d7.
You cannot play knight g4? Knight takes e6? What is it?
Yes, knight d6, queen d1, knight g7. So
it's interesting. We didn't see this. We didn't analyze, but we were thinking maybe knight g4 is possible.
Yeah, then
and bishop c5 intermediate.
Everything
check.
counts a check.
Yeah, now intermediate check with king f8.
Yes, so knight c2 is the passive option. Honestly speaking, I didn't look much into this. I just thought, all right, I'll just castle. And I was thinking that Chao's intention is to play knight d2, something like this. But I think I was thinking maybe to play c3 or perhaps queen c7. I think black will obtain a normal playable position very soon. Something like e3 already looks a bit too suspicious for white. And but he opted for this. Bishop e3, queen e7. Alright, I mean, every move is possible for black. I think that the problems are kind of solved, because once white plays knight d2, why I chose queen e7 is to stop knight a3, because I wanted to win and to gain an extra tempo with rook d8 and only then play c3. And then take on e3 and then develop my knight to c5, and it should be an equal position. So and the reason that he cannot play this is because I'm gaining an extra pawn.
Yeah.
So but what he did looked a bit passive, but also possible. And
queen d4.
Yes. So what I thought, this is more or less aggressive. I'm immediately asking white, what are you going to do? I'm immediately kind of putting the pressure on him. And I think here he went astray with rook d1.
Yeah, actually, during analysis we were wondering about double
c6,
capture on c6.
Yeah, this somehow.
Maybe we missed something. I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
b3,
bishop a6.
Bishop a6 and knight c3, and suddenly it seems to work out. Rook c8, bishop f3, and the bishop on a6 is hanging. And we thought
I thought that
close to equal. But
white can play like this. I mean, he's slightly worse, But maybe he
But
can.
black's not gonna attack on b3, right?
But maybe he can hold it, you know. But it's clear that white is struggling here
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
because I can exchange at any time as long as I don't allow him to play b4, and then
Mm-hmm.
all right. I mean, you're not supposed to get good positions with black
Yeah, but
when
you're
your
right.
opponent is playing logically. So
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't really hoping that I would get an advantage straight away.
Mm-hmm.
And after this inaccuracy, I think now it's unpleasant. Because the b2 becomes weak.
Mm-hmm.
And somehow, since I stopped knight a3, I simply take and play b5. There isn't much for white to do. Okay, I was thinking that Zhao would proceed removing his knight somewhere, either to b5 or to c2. But then I have a clear plan. I can play knight a5, and somehow it's not easy to get the pawn back.
And if rook d8 instead of rook a8, rook b8, what was the idea? Bishop takes knight somewhere?
Yes, I thought this is not a good move.
Mm-hmm.
And well, e5 somehow didn't work so well. And if I take bc, then I thought that knight a3 comes. And he gets enough counterplay, I think, that is nice.
Mm-hmm.
That's why once I found rook b8, I thought I don't need to think anymore, because this is the right move.
Mm-hmm.
And so yes, I mean, I thought that he would try to do something like this, perhaps. You know, some strange way to play like this, because these knights on c3 and b4, they kind of stop my ideas, and then he can try to somehow play a4 or something like this. It's not too easy for black to play, although it seems that the pawn is healthy and
Mm-hmm.
Black should be having a very, very good advantage. But yeah, that's what I thought that he's going to try to do, to play Alan Nimzovich. But what he did instead, I thought is very unpleasant. It's not really easy to suggest any improvements here, because the knight on a3 is passive as well. So what I thought he did was pretty logical. Okay, you really want black to play c5, because otherwise when the king is on e7, knight d5, knight d7, black gets too many ideas. So this was what I was expecting, g5, and he somehow surprised me with d5. But I think that it's a very unpleasant position for white. I thought that he would play something like rook c3, and you know, it looks more resilient somehow.
Some chances on
Yeah,
the,
with-
a5 maybe.
Try to play with f3 and bring the bishop to f1. You know, the same Nimzovich style of play. But
Yeah.
this I thought was a big mistake.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually calculated to rook f5 when I was playing g5.
Mm-hmm.
But then it took me some time to realize how terrible it is for white.
Yeah, we actually didn't understand as well. The more we analyzed, the more we
couldn't
understood
find
that
any-
it's
any
really bad for
reason.
white.
Yeah, because all this rook a5 is just
b6.
rook b6.
Rook
and-
b6, exactly.
And it's not clear how can white proceed. And yes, this fails to. Yes,
We
this is
thought
very
about rook
important.
d7 also.
Oh, rook g5. Mm-hmm.
Rook g5.
Yeah, this is a good move, because in case he takes, I think it loses by force. Because I check here, here, take, knight f3, rook d6 only move, and now I can simply come and take the pawn on b2, or another idea is knight e5, king e2 or e1, and then just come and take this pawn.
Mm-hmm.
But knight c4 is also interesting, just to take the b2, and whenever you take the b2 pawn, things become tough. So this is what I calculated, and Yeah, it's strange. Strangely enough, I didn't find the defense for white here. I thought that it's also there should be some activity, but it's not clear what to do against the activity of black pieces. So yeah, king h1 I had the feeling has to lose by force, but then I think I found a neat idea. If you would take, I would play bishop f1. I thought that this is the best, and then I always have all this.
Just checkmating
threats.
or rook f4 coming? Or
Yeah, everything is coming here, and then so what he did was surely passive, but yeah, I saw this knight h2 motive in another position, so it was pretty easy to spot.
This is how it finished.
No, he checked. Yeah, rook h5, rook g4. So it's
He resigned.
yeah. So he checked, and it's nice to win
With the checkmate, yeah.
with something like this.
But it's just such a nice motif you
Yes,
planned.
yes.
You know, this is the mate on h4. It's
Yeah.
really rare, you know.
And mate on
kind
g1,
of
yeah.
And on
yes, and mate
g2.
on g1. It's
Yeah,
it's
I was
very-
very pleased.
It's
I was
not
very-
easy to see this actually, especially when he's in time trouble. Yes,
Yes, perhaps.
was in-
Yes,
yeah.
yes. It wasn't easy.
you finished in an elegant style. A la
Thank you.
Aronian.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming and joining
Thank you.
us.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck.
So far we have some new results available. So Aronian won
We
against
one more time thank
Thanks,
to Aronian
for
for
coming.
coming every day.
Every day.
And it's,
Actually, yeah, every day.
yes, most of the players we are asking to come, they don't come. You know, I don't know why. For example, Krivorichko, we ask you.
He was probably
don't know
tired,
why.
you know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so it's not.
they are not obliged,
Everybody
you know.
tired,
They
of
are
course.
not. They didn't sign any
Yeah,
contract,
sure,
so we
but
can only
still
ask,
It's
right?
he is very kind. He is coming.
Yeah.
I'm not saying anything, but it's just a kindness. He's not saying no to us.
Yeah.
So we one more time thank him
Yeah.
for just coming.
So
and analyzing.
let's take a look. There are some games that already finished. So
Okay.
in match China versus Armenia, only Aronian won. So on board, let's take a look some other matches to refresh.
Mamedov Kramnik, did you check it?
1 second.
I think Kramnik.
Mamedov Nijat played draw against Krishchuk with white in match Azerbaijan-Russia. So far only one result. And in match Egypt-USA, there is a win on board number 4. Akobian won against Labib with
Yes.
white.
It was a short game.
In the match Germany-Ukraine, Friedman Moisenko is a draw, and Krivoruchko won against Baramidze, but for some reason, maybe with a problem
There's
with
a
the
problem with the
transmission,
transmission. yes.
Krivoruchko won on board number 4, so Ukraine is in the lead now. And in match Netherlands-Turkey, Ipatov lost to Giri. He pushed too hard for a win, I guess. Actually, during a break, we were asked on Twitter, why did Ipatov castle long in this
Yeah.
position? So here's my explanation. So castling short was for sure an option, but then I suppose black would have an option of pushing the pawns on queen side, and white's attack. Actually, white's more or less only idea in this position is to play g4 and then g5. I don't see any other reasonable plan for white rather than kingside attack, and it's much more easier to execute if you castle long. So there is a hook, the pawn on h6, and it's much easier to open files in front of the king when there is a pawn. And I myself, when I see a weakness like h6, I really want to castle long and try to prove my opponent wrong. That's what Ipatov, that was his intentions. So he castled long, c takes d, but Giri, I think, played very creatively, because if black doesn't do anything energetic, he would be in trouble. Just white's plan is very simple. So he's sacrificing a pawn, white took and rejected that pawn. Which actually, I was not sure of this, because now this pawn on e4 is kind of strong, and black's pieces suddenly work out. b5. Bishop g5, that bishop blocked the h pawns. I don't know, maybe the position was still unclear, but I don't think that is what white hoped for when he played long castle, or took on e4. So I don't know, maybe in express analysis the improvement to be, we consider g4 in this position, right?
Yeah,
Just
well, actually this is a g4 looks like a good move. Maybe what he did also looks like a good move. But afterwards, I think he made some imprecise moves, you know. This may be f5, I don't know which one is this, so difficult to find out now.
So how the game finished, just black's pieces are active.
But also he was in time trouble.
Yeah.
In time trouble, he didn't play well.
And white has no attack whatsoever. The position is open, bishops are crushing.
Black did everything he wants to, you know, he took everything. Actually,
some combinations here. No, that's not good. That's not good. Yeah. So unfortunately, Ipatov lost, though we can respect him for trying to win against Giri with white and playing so aggressively. You know, most people would like to play it solid and dream of a draw. And he was not limiting himself to a draw.
Right.
He was hoping to win. Well, he didn't manage.
Yeah.
So far these are all the games that have finished. I suppose we take a quick glance at Armenia-China board number 2. Movsesan Ding. I think Ding is playing very nice game here. So in the positions that we left off, indeed you were right, Jan. Queen g5 was played, leaving the queens on board.
Wanted to attack
h4 was played.
h4.
Queen g4 and bishop f3. Queen takes c4. King g1. The rook is again trapped. Bishop e4 again. Deja vu.
Very interesting.
Yeah, what has changed? h4 is played and king on g1, but the pawn is gone on c4.
Yeah.
And now black is ready to enter a rook.
Yeah, because he lost the pawn.
Yeah, and now black is one pawn up with a better pawn structure. And black is playing for a win. Black is very close to winning. And we have a guest.
We have a guest from
board
USA.
Yes.
Last board, Mr. Akobian. Welcome, Mr. Akobian.
Please come.
Hello. Please
take a seat.
Take a seat.
So Varujan Akobian won his game on board number 4 in match Egypt-USA. Unfortunately, we did not glance your game. So many options. Why don't you tell us what happened?
Yeah, sure. This was the third game in a row I was playing white and same exact position, the queen c2.
In that tournament?
Yeah.
The same exact position?
Yeah.
So everybody likes to play this variation against you?
Everybody wants to play the Nimzo Indian against me.
What are the results on the other two games?
The first game I drew, and I also drew yesterday.
Against whom?
First round I drew against Krivoruchko, and third round yesterday against Sargsyan.
Oh, very strong players.
Against very strong players, yeah. So.
But did you have advantage in those games?
Yeah,
I suppose.
In the first game I was completely winning against Krivoruchko. It was +4 actually in some points. So I even saw the winning line, but I thought the other way I can win also. So it was really a pity that I didn't win because it was really winning the first game. Against Gabriel, my good friend, yesterday I was better.
Yeah, better.
Never winning. A little bit better, but
remember,
he defended
we
very
checked
well.
it. We saw it better, but we couldn't find out how to be,
Yeah,
how to
it's a little bit
configure.
better, but nothing
Yeah.
special. Today, okay, we have another one. So, okay, we have castle. So should I click here? Okay,
Mhm.
castle a3, and he played this queen e8 move. To be honest with you, I know that there is a move like queen e8, but I didn't really expect him to play this move, and I don't know much about this move. I'm sure there are some games played, but so I just played logical f3. Idea of the queen e8 move is that, of course, it stops bishop g5, because if bishop g5 now, this is the main idea, just to show that knight comes on e4 and there is no pin.
Mhm.
So, but I played f3 just to control the e4 square, and he played d6, and probably the main move here is e4. I'm not so sure, but I just played logical bishop g5 and knight fd7. I was expecting this move. I think now maybe if I play e4, he wants to play f5 and maybe queen g6, something like that. So I played long castle. So I wanted to just quickly castle and try to control the center. So again, so he plays a5, I play e4. So now I have the complete control of the center, but I think my opponent had some ideas. So he played now e5. What he's trying to do now, he's trying to get the control of the c5 square for his knight, and now he wants to put the pawn on a4 so he can, control the b3 square. It's not so clear how good is this for black, but at least this is his plan. So I played knight e2 because if he takes, I want to take back with the knight on d4, a4, and I played g4 just in case to stop f5. My plan is to start attacking now on with h4 and h5 in some point. So I played knight c6, and I didn't see anything that is really threatening, so I just played h4. Now he took. I think maybe b6 is a little bit better here. b6, bishop a6, for example. But he wanted to just get this position, so he took. I took knight d4, queen d4, knight c5, and here I just go king b1, of course, stopping, to avoid knight b3, and knight e6. It's not good now. It looks like he can get my bishop, but I go queen d2, and if he takes, now I take back with a pawn, and I have queen h2 now, my next move, and h7 is weak. So this is, even though he can get the bishop, but this is not good for him. Okay, let's see if we can go back. Yeah, so he played. Okay, bishop d7, yes, and now if I play h5 immediately, I think it's not good because he has knight d6. So I think I played bishop e3. Yes. Now I just like to play h5, h6, and
give a check.
Yeah, give a checkmate. Yeah, on the dark squares. Or if I play h5, he plays h6. I can play g5. Basically, I just want to play h4, h5, h6. It's a very simple plan. So I played b5. I think this is an important moment here. I like this move that I played queen c3 because if I play immediately h5, he goes h6, and then g5 he gets a knight e6 with a tempo on my queen, on the queen, and then he takes on c5 with a knight. So it's not so clear. So that's why I played queen c3, and also now I would like to maybe take on c5 at some point, just positional idea. For example, if he takes now here, I was thinking just to take on c5, take, and I think this is probably a big advantage here. Just the pawns are very weak. I can still continue attacking, and just in case we go to endgames, it will be probably winning. Also, the pawns are just too weak here. So, yeah, let's just go back. It wasn't done. Okay, so he played knight b3. I think this is just a mistake because he should do maybe something else, because knight just looks good on b3, but at this point I think my attack is just very simple. So I just played h5. There was one line that I had to calculate, b4, because actually taking back with the queen, it's not good. He has queen e5, I think, and then rook fb8, some ideas he has. So that's why I just play pawn takes pawn. I actually take the material here, a3. I just calculated this. If a2, just king a1, so he has to play bishop a4. Now queen d3, bishop takes d1, takes. I thought maybe he will try to play something like this and go rook a4. But I think after b5, I didn't see anything for him. If he goes queen e5, I have bishop d4.
Queen e5 check.
Yeah. And if he goes queen a8, I was planning to go here, rook a1, and just bishop g2.
Yes,
Yeah,
to be winning.
seems to be winning. Yeah, so that's why I think he didn't play this, because he spent a lot of time here. So yeah, he played f6. Yes. As I mentioned earlier, if he plays h6, I will just play g5, takes h6, now threatening to mate. And if he plays f6, there is just this simple tactic, bishop g5 and bishop h6. So because of the pin, he cannot do anything. So he played f6. See, I had a choice here. I could have just taken 2 pawns here, take on b5. I could also play this position. I think maybe this is what maybe computer likes better, but I could just take 2 pawns here and get this position. But he will play something h6. I'm pretty sure this is winning also. I just thought it would be nicer to have his king a little bit more weak here. Here I have to just convert this, and it's not immediately. So that's why I didn't play this. I thought maybe what I did was a little bit stronger, so I played h6 first. Now he has to do something, and he spent a lot of time here and just played g6, and I get exactly what I wanted it now. I actually weakened his position and then start winning the pawns.
What about queen e5?
Yes, if he plays queen e5 is interesting actually. I think the strongest move here actually maybe is just to take. Because if I take on g7, he has rook f b8. So, but if I take like this, now for example queen c3, I take back with a pawn, and now I'm just up a pawn. Actually bishop c4 check is a threat. Hg is a threat, so just it's up a pawn, 2 bishops, and a good position. So he played g6, and there were just a couple of more moves I took, and clearly if he takes now here, just go queen takes c7, threatening mate on g7, so he has to play rook f7, and I thought I can take on d6, and important that he cannot play rook d7 here, because I just take on b5, and then I take his queen. So I will be, I think, 2 pawns up, winning in the endgame. So he played rook f7, and now some tactics if I take on c7, but now I just decided, okay, it's time to develop the pieces, so get the bishop out, bishop and b6 now. I want to get the rook on d6, so he took, I took, he took, he plays b5, attacking the queen. Now queen is very strong on d5, I'm threatening to take on f6, and he played knight a5. I think I could just take on f6, and it will be an endgame with 2 extra pawns, I think, after I do that. But I decided to bring my last piece into the game, and because I calculated if he plays now knight c4, that's what he did. Rook e6 is winning immediately, because now he doesn't have queen d8 anymore. Now I have to calculate this line, of course, knight e3, rook takes e8, rook takes e8, and now very important, queen takes b5, and the rook is hanging, so he cannot get my rook. So this is just winning immediately. So after rook e6 now, the problem is the queen is tied up to a8 rook here. So, and if he plays, he resigned here, but I will just show why just quickly. Bishop c5, and cannot take on h6, the rook is hanging, and if you play somewhere like c8 or b8, in this case it's just a better version of the previous line I take here, and just winning. So.
Yeah. Okay, so very nice game.
Yeah, thank you.
Good.
Very good technique in it.
Well, yeah,
Yes.
just, you know.
You finished it. We finished the game off very easily.
Yeah, I had
As you
good
said,
position,
there
yeah.
are some variations which give him some resistance.
So, yeah, I thought
You didn't enter these
I
variations.
could just go for material earlier, but I
Yeah.
thought, there is no hurry. I can try to weaken the position with h6. It's always nice to have a pawn like on h6.
Exactly.
Even if it's endgame, it's useful to have a pawn like that. So
Yeah, okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you for
Thank
coming.
you for coming.
Congratulations.
okay,
Good luck in the tournament.
thank you.
All right, so we had some guests, and I think we would go for a short break,
Okay.
and we will be back soon.
Okay.
Hello again, we are back live again, and we have a guest, Karakin Sergey. He won his game against Safarli Eltash on board number 2 in one of the key matches of today, China-Russia, and securing a win for his team. Can you tell us what happened in this game?
Yeah, it was it was difficult game, and okay, he surprised me a little bit with playing Paulin's line, which which was played against me by Topalov, and here G4 is the main move, but I decided to surprise him with King B1, and okay, here are some opening tricks, which I cannot show all of them, but at least I think I managed to surprise him, and knight takes d4. I'm not sure about this move already, because okay, I think there are some other moves like bishop b7 or something else, and after knight d4, bishop takes d4. I think maybe white is a little bit better already, because if he plays bishop b7, I have few options. For example, I can play queen g5, and if b4, then maybe e5. I don't know, it has to be checked with computer, but I thought it's strong. Also, I can also go e5, knight d5, knight e4, which is also slightly better for white, I think. And here after b4, knight e4, it's very important that I'm trading to play knight b6, and okay, after rook b8, I think queen f2 is quite strong, and because otherwise he'll play d6 and castle knight d7, and okay. And after queen f2, I think I'm better. Castles knight b6. Here I was calculating bishop b7, and I'm not completely sure about bishop f6, which is very logical. Knight takes d7, and I thought bishop takes b2.
Yeah, we briefly actually considered this, but just rejected. Just king takes, king b1 backwards, and we didn't see anything better. But maybe you see more.
No, but I thought that something like rook d8, or maybe with this rook is more precise, and I'm not sure. And if I take a rook, he can go back with bishop, and okay, I don't know, maybe it's still better for white, but a little bit tricky. And okay, I mean,
bishop should go to a3, but it also doesn't work. Yeah,
okay, maybe actually knight takes d7 works, but I think it is also possible to play knight c4. Here I want to play bishop e5, and if he goes d6, then I can go e5, and white is just better. Okay, I thought I have this, and I can think about bishop f6 also. And after e5, bishop e3, I think is a good move, because if he plays bishop b7, then I can go bishop c4, and I think white is dominating. And if bishop e4, then takes knight
That's
g4.
actually exactly what we analyzed.
and here I think I can just play rook to d7, and it should be winning for white. Okay, at least I didn't see.
Yeah, that's exactly what we thought. Or knight d5. We thought knight d5 also could work here.
Knight d5 is also possible, but I thought there is something a little bit wrong with knight d5. I don't remember what exactly. Yes, I thought takes knight d1, rook d1. Sorry, after rook c8, rook d7 is possible, because if knight d5,
has
rook
an
c4.
e4 pawn is hanging, but rook takes d7.
Yeah, okay, both knight d5 and rook d7 wins. And he played d6, takes, and here maybe I should have played g4. I'm not sure. Okay, at least I didn't play g4 because of d5. And okay, if I take, then black plays rook d8, and next is knight d5. I was not so sure. And if I go g5, which is very logical, then d4. And okay, if bishop d4, knight takes e4, takes. Okay, white is better, but I wasn't so sure about this. And if okay, of course I can go bishop c1, but then knight h5 is also okay. It didn't look very clear to me. But here white can take like this, and here I think rook d6, and white wants to take on f6, and if something like bishop e7, bishop a6, white wins a pawn. Okay, maybe it was the better option. Or rook d8, bishop a6, because not bishop, not rook a6 because of rook d1 and bishop a6 and okay, I just wasn't sure how much it is better for white, but maybe it's a big advantage. And if he doesn't play d5, he can of course play knight e8 like in the game, but I think it's a better version. I can play something like h4, and if knight c7, maybe bishop c4. And now even if he plays knight b5, I can just go queen e2 or something, and he doesn't have this square on c3 and a3, because after b3, I think knight e8 is a very good move, and I wasn't so sure already because I don't know, knight b5 is coming, and I was considering bishop c1, knight b5, bishop b2, which is probably better for white, but it didn't look very convincing, and I played rook d3, knight b5 takes, and here I think he played a good move, taking with the pawn, because if he takes with the rook, then I have very easy play, rook d1, rook d5, queen n2, and okay, what is better? And here it wasn't easy for me to find a good move, because first I was going to play queen d2, but then he just plays queen a6, rook a8, and in this endgame maybe white doesn't have very much, because okay, he'll play rook a6, rook b8, f6, king f7, king e6, and maybe black is okay. I was also considering bishop
actually
bishop
that's what
two.
we analyzed, but we saw d5.
Yes.
Was that the reason? Yeah.
It was the reason, because queen c5 is probably not so good. Okay, I have different options. For example, rook f1, I want to play rook d5, and if rook c8, then bishop e1, and then next is rook d5. But the problem was d5, and I could not find a clear way here, because black can go, I think, queen a6, and then rook a8 is coming, and it can also be dangerous for white. So I played rook c1, which is quite a safe move, because if he plays something logical like queen a6, then I can go c3, takes, and okay, I'm slightly better. I'm not sure if it is very much, but I think it's quite easy to play, and
So rook c1 is the idea, c3, and to protect the a2 pawn, yes?
Yes. Okay. Exactly. But he played very interesting move, f5, and here I can also say that we both already were in some time trouble, and okay, first I was going to play queen e2, but then I wasn't sure. I mean, okay, he will do the same. Maybe he will play rook a8 and c3, takes. Maybe now queen b7, and I have to protect somehow to e4, and this position maybe
c2
maybe it's better than it was for black. Okay, maybe something like bishop d8. Okay, white is slightly better, but it didn't look very much. And I played very ambitious move, e takes f5, because the point is that now if he plays rook takes f5, then I go queen d2, and yeah, I want to play, and I want to take on b4, and it's not so easy. It's not so easy for black, and I think he played a very strong move, rook a8, played g4, and and here I think it was a key moment of the game because he could have played.
Yeah, actually, that was why I calculated. I thought you're even losing, but then king b1 and c3. Yes.
Yeah, sure.
That's the only way. And what's next?
No, I'm not losing, but the problem is
c3. Otherwise.
Yes. Yeah, sure, c3. But the problem is that he wins this rook back, and
but maybe could have played c4 instead of c3. And it was the same idea.
I was thinking, but then he can take, and I wasn't sure even he can think about some e4 and then bishop f6, and
wow,
it looks very dangerous.
Okay.
At least over the board, maybe computer shows that is better, but I think even he can do the same here, because I think king b3 doesn't work. Or maybe I can go back. Okay, this is too difficult. Okay, after a logical move c3, he wins a rook back, and here after rook h1 I didn't see anything for me, because after rook d5, rook h2. Here the problem that he plays rook b2, or maybe rook h3, I'm not sure. Okay, white is probably still better, but or something else. But I think it was much more better for him. Because after d5 he was hoping for rook takes d5, but now I think now he can even play queen a8 and queen d5, or maybe there is something. Yes, sorry. I think this is strong already.
This c3 pawn?
Yeah,
it's queen c3,
queen c3 and queen b3, yes. But after c3, I kept my extra pawn, and okay, I'm better. I think bishop c5 is very important, because if I take here, then d4 and maybe something like rook c8, and he has compensation here. Okay, maybe still better for me, but I think bishop c5 was stronger move. And here I was already quite happy because I kept an extra pawn and have better position. I think he played okay here, and I think rook takes c3 was very bad move. Yeah, because he had to take with the pawn, and probably I have nothing better than to take, and here he has some compensation. I don't know, something like queen e5 or something, and it is very difficult for me to win this. But after rook takes c3, it is very important that I can take on e4, and probably I think white is very close to be winning here. Okay, here he was in a very big time trouble, and he played queen d6, which is I think losing after rook e8, and okay, here maybe it was last hope to play king h7, but I think this endgame should be winning, and
too many pawns.
Yeah, too many pawns, and after queen d7 I just win by force, because in this endgame I'm tempo up.
Yeah, if your pawn was on h3, would it be a draw?
No, but
just for fun, if already on h3 was in this position.
No, but I played this move h3.
No, but if the pawn was there, that would be a draw, I guess, no?
No, because
anyway?
Because I think h4 is winning here. Also,
and you go for the g pawn. Okay.
Also quite easy.
Yeah.
Yes.
But king f5, king f3 now.
Yeah,
that way. Yeah,
yes,
that's
yes.
the difference.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, just show for our viewers what could have happened. Why did he resign?
Yes. sorry.
Mm-hmm.
King f5, king d4, king g5, takes a4, and unlucky.
Well, even faster, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm one tempo faster. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Very good game. Thank you for coming. Good luck. Good luck in the future.
Thank you very much.
So, what do we have? Ah. So in
Mikhail, Mr. Vanveli is coming to join us.
Okay, okay, we
Mr.
have a new
Vanveli.
guest.
Welcome.
Welcome, please come. So we have a guest, Duke Vanveli, who has just beaten Dragan Solak in the match Netherlands versus Turkey versus Netherlands. So why don't you tell us about the game a little bit?
Yes, okay. I was actually 2 years ago. I played also Dragan, but then he was still representing Serbia.
Mm-hmm.
And then we played some very sharp line, and I think, well, he's a dangerous player, but so I was quite happy to have some kind of positional game, and I think it was maybe fits maybe more my style than his, but okay. So we played some line in Slav. Yeah, okay, and this E6 Slav, A6 Slav, and so here and B5, B3. Actually, I saw one of his recent games that here he played move bishop F5. He had it against Navarra, and actually in the game, okay, he went bishop G4, which is actually the most common move, and here I played this move bishop D2, which is well, maybe it surprised him a little bit because he started to think for a while, and because I think my countryman Aaron let me play this move also. So he was thinking here for a while, and then okay, he went E6, H3. Okay, if he takes on F3, then I just had taken. I have the two bishops, and okay, it will be some slow game, but black is solid, but and at some point white is trying to push E4. So after H3 he went to F5. Yes, and here it's also interesting situation because okay, I played here this move G4 without any particular deep thinking, but actually my intention was after G4, let's say bishop G6, to play knight E5 and B gets to some kind of sharp position, which I was happy to play, in fact, because I had some preparation there. But yeah, I think if I want to get this, maybe I had to play knight E5 right away. This would have been maybe the best move order. Although here he can play still H6 and escape with the bishop, but that was an option I was trying to prevent. And okay, here I played G4. Now he played this move bishop E4, which I didn't give much of a thought, because after G5 he is actually forced to play this anti-positional B4 move.
Why is it bad to go to knight FD7? What is the problem with it? The pawn on E4 will
okay.
fall? Or?
No, you can play knight FD7, but let's say I'll probably play first rook G1, and then you have to solve the problem with bishop on. And okay, this the knights on b8 and on d7 they look really stupid. So so I get.
Okay, so you're not taking on e4. You're just
not threatening now. But now
sorry.
I do threaten to take and say he has to move the bishop and well then okay this knight on d7 is not very good. So it forced him to play b4. Okay, I'm actually more or less forced to take and rook g1. Actually, h4 maybe looks more natural, but somehow I was a bit afraid that he would try to open with somewhere h6. And actually, I want to have a g6, the possibility of playing g6 with rook on.
Maybe it's still possible.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, it's
Bishop
possible.
h3, rook g1, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Knight e5.
Yes, it's true. It's complicated, but it could be good. But okay. Anyway, I thought the rook on g1 was going to be better placed. Bishop e7, bishop d3, and actually now he surprised me a little bit that he took already on d2. I think it's inaccurate. I think he should play knight d7 right away, because actually I'm not.
To explain why not knight g5 here?
Yeah, of course he can take here, but okay, I will take. I'll take on b4. And well, I have the open g file, and the bishop on b4 is preventing castling. It's quite unpleasant, yes.
Okay.
But I didn't see any problem with this move to delay taking and play knight d7, which looks most natural to me. And maybe maybe I had to play here h4 or queen c2, but actually the move he played was actually helping me quite a lot, because I want him to force him to take on d2.
So maybe just win a tempo.
Yeah. Because I didn't see any, so it's better of course just to delay it, and now he has quite a passive position, because he doesn't like to castle. And actually, I hear, if you go back a few moves, I was thinking that maybe another option was, instead of bishop e7, to play g6 and bishop g7, maybe to put the bishop there. Okay, still he has to think about pawn on b4, but because anyway he was going to. So now rook c1, and he doesn't want to castle short because might look dangerous, but maybe he has to, good or bad, because let's say if you keep your king in the middle, it's also not so great. And he was kind of delaying this g6, so I went h4, a5, which is well, basically his idea was to play bishop d6, and after then he wants to stop me from playing c5 and queen takes b4. But now I have.
But maybe it still worked. There is a pin on a5. You know.
Yes.
If he wants bishop d6.
Yes, that's true. So, and here, already I have options like to take on d5, pawn takes, and bishop b5, and ready to get my knight to e5. Which
pleasant position for white,
unpleasant, yeah. But I decided just to keep my options open and just to play h5. He had some idea, because to put king on e7, bishop d6, and rook h1, and now of course he has problems along the h file. His idea was to play king e7. And now I transposed some other positional advantage. Because now the king is here in the middle, I want to open the center. So I played c5. bishop c7 and e4. And basically, okay, he's not forced to take on e4, but if he allows me, for example, to play e5, this knight on d7 is going to be bad for the rest of the game. So he was forced to take. Bishop takes queen b8. There's a little threat on bishop f4. But okay, rook h4 is a move which I want to make anyway. Queen b5. And now I have many options I can play. I can play for an attack, or because the king is in the middle, and I can play bishop d3 and queen e3. But instead I went to play positionally, played queen e2. And now the problem is that basically he cannot take, because king takes, and now he has to defend c6. And if he plays, for example, knight b8, he has the problem of the h file, and the same goes if he plays rook a6, same idea. And well, the only way, if he's moving the rook somewhere, then
exchange.
Yes, and then take. And I take the rook. So okay, so he's kind of forced to move this rook, but I take, and okay, I just play king e2, and I just want to double on the h file and to force him to do something. So this positionally it's really bad, especially because this knight on d7 is almost dead. So he was trying to activate it with f6. So I took, he took, and I take the h file. Of course, I could take a pawn, but I'm not interested in just taking a pawn like that. If I just take on h8 and take on g6, he will activate his knight and getting to d5, and this is something which I want to prevent. So this was good. Takes, and now I'm threatening to play rook h7 check. So he was forced to play rook g7. And now I play bishop c6, which is good, because for example, if now he takes here g5, knight takes g5, he can try to activate the knight, but I just take on b5 and bishop goes to c4, and there's some pressure on d5 and e6. So he still had some clever ways to play. He was trying to change the rooks, and if he managed to change the rooks,
That was a fortress.
yes, a fortress. It's not so easy maybe to enter, and opposite colored bishops, it could be some drawing tendency. So it's very important to keep the rooks on. So this was good. King e7, yes, and now of course he wants to play rook h7, changing the rooks, but then I had some little trick. Knight g5, bishop f4, and rook takes f8. If king takes f8, knight takes e6. So he was forced to take on g5. And now this endgame is really bad, so I gave check here, and rook a8, and I'm taking the pawns, and the c pawn is also very strong. Bishop f6, he tried, king d3, rook h7, and this was actually quite a good move, rook a7 check, because my idea is if he plays king g8, I will play bishop d7, threatening to take on e6 and also threatening to. And if he is giving check here, king e2, king f7, and here I can play d5 and. So. Yeah, well, I actually just completely lost position. Bishop e7. I took on b5, but he cannot stop the c pawn. So yeah, it was.
Yeah, it seems like a very convincing win, positional position. Even though you didn't want to play positionally, but
Yeah.
position required, I guess.
Yeah, no, but I want to play positionally, but my the part of my preparation I did was tactical, because you have to check always some lines which could be dangerous if, and that's why we normally consult our computer. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Very good game. Thank you for coming, and hope to see you in the future here too.
Well, let's see. Let's wait and see. Yeah, but okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you.
And actually, we have a new guest.
My goodness. Okay, then good luck.
Hard
So,
to perform after such great.
Yeah.
Great lecture.
so we have Anish Giri over here.
Yeah.
Hi,
Hello.
nice to see you with us. So he won against Alexander Ipatov with black. We actually analyzed this position, your game a little bit, and we were worried about your position at some point. But maybe
It's very
maybe
good to
you
support
would
me.
maybe
Yeah, I
you
was
would prove
also,
us wrong.
Okay,
So
I mean,
what happened?
I must say, I was thinking that I can do h6 here, and yeah, basically, this position is very familiar to me. And then the idea of inclusion of h6 is that somewhere later on,
94.
I have 94, yeah,
Okay.
and it was played recently. So this was in this particular move order I don't remember. So okay, also it's possible even to give on f4 and double the pawn, and then knight comes on e5. But it doesn't matter. Well, he played like that. Now, okay, if he castles short, okay, here simply I can take and knight g4. Probably I win some material. Because too many pawns are hanging, e5 and f4, knight e3. So f4 castle, I was probably wrongly expecting this, and then anyway c5, and I have some ideas with queen b6, so I believe black should be doing very good. And here I, underestimated a little bit long castle. But I don't know. I think.
Yeah, at this point we thought maybe white's play is much easier, but this bishop b4, knight e4 seems like a good.
Yeah, to be
good
honest, I was
sacrifice.
thinking it's very good for black with the position.
Oh really?
I
Yeah. Maybe we are not using tangents.
I was wrong, probably,
okay.
because I thought also this is possible, but suddenly I realized, okay, first of all, it's not clear how I am following up in case he just does this. But also here there's ideas like that.
King goes to d2.
Yeah, and you know, this, and queen a2, then just it gets trapped. Yeah, because knight e4, queen e4, there's mate on h7. So, yeah, but basically also here it's not clear how I'm proceeding. Also, I was calculating b5, and then if he takes, okay, probably the lines are absolute rubbish, but at least that's what I thought. Okay, if he has goes queen e4, I go f5, and for example, I mean something like this I was calculating, but probably it makes no sense either.
Maybe king again runs away to d2 somehow.
But this is not the problem. At least it's unclear. But the problem was that he can play g4, and now if I do the same,
there is no f5 here.
yeah, there is no f5 anymore. I mean, f5 takes and check. So the whole well, b5 makes no sense. Yeah. By the way, it was a point here that he cannot take on d5 because of bishop takes e5. Yeah, he loses the piece. And here in some lines it does no longer work because d5 protects. Yeah, also actually knight f6 and rook hangs. So yeah, c4 is not good, at least from practical point of view. I have to go cd, d bishop b4, and I overestimated the idea of knight e4 because I thought he has to play like this, and then in at the very least I have this. Probably he has to change queens because his king is too vulnerable, and I mean in the worst case I have a decent endgame here. I don't know if someone is better, but I think black is at least fine. And maybe I have also something else, because to be honest here I was happy because I mean I thought 92, I have 94, so I'm coming quite fast, and you know this attack is really not coming, so as long as I'm not mated, there's nothing to worry about. But I underestimated the idea because I thought I can make a forced draw here actually, because I thought queen a5, he just to king b1, 94, with idea knight d2, and okay, I really was underestimating
the sacrifice.
Yeah.
First of all, not a second. We at some variations we thought just give away an exchange. For example,
correct,
g4
correct.
and takes g5.
Basically, first of all, I thought this is a line. Then I realized, I mean, in analysis, I realized that first of all he can sacrifice exchange, for example, like this, or maybe g4, whatever. Yeah. But secondly, also he can take, and this is bad. This is what I saw because bishop f5 is coming, even here, black queen is material. But the problem is in the game and here as well, I missed this idea that white has queen b3, and here it's much stronger. So it is 94 is good to play first. And now I didn't see this idea because I was thinking he's forced to take because I'm threatening to win exchange with queen c7 check.
But actually we were expecting g4 or knight g3.
Yeah, and I must say I underestimated this knight g3. But the thing is,
we thought f5 maybe.
Yeah, this is true because this is just very bad because. I mean, at least practically, it's just very bad because it looks very scary. But fortunately, I have a move f5, and then some forcing line is there.
Oh, we did not consider.
My opponent saw this all. I didn't see anything. I mean, I underestimated knight g3, and it looks okay for black. This position, because the king is relatively safe, and well, black is doing fine. So knight g3, there's f5, and g4. It's possible too, yeah.
Well, and the bottom idea was queen c7 to give away the exchange maybe, and g5. We thought it all looked quite dangerous.
Of course, because you know now I don't have a single idea against white king. So, I mean, objectively, you don't know what is going on, but practically speaking, you know, only white is attacking. So it would have given me some tough times. Also, I'm not sure I would have taken that exchange because knight on e4 is worth a lot. So maybe even here f5 makes sense because you know I keep my knight. But this was certainly dangerous. Yeah, I must say I was a little bit optimistic in general about my chances here after bishop b4. But yeah, how he played is also very interesting because I was mostly expecting this, which is by the way also interesting. Now I can play for compensation, for example, with f6, and then the idea to go.
Yeah, that is what we
also. But also there was some. I thought it was very clever, but. But unfortunately, it's not so great because I thought this was a very nice idea. King b1, bishop f5, and for example, if queen c4, I simply win material. With bishop g4, suddenly I just win some material. But the problem was that he can play knight c3 here, and king b1, and I have to play. I have to make a very strong move here because initially I thought I can force a draw, but he can maybe run, you know, with the king. And then we have to see what is going on here. We didn't come to conclusion. And otherwise, I couldn't estimate the position. It's hard to say. Because white king is not so weak because he goes rook d3 and he covers some essential squares. But yeah, anyway, queen e4 on general ground, even after f6, he didn't want to do. And I mean, I missed this idea that he can play without taking it. And now it's very hard to estimate because none of us is really attacking at the moment, but there are some positional
suddenly
struggles.
it came positional.
Yeah, it became yeah, f5 I thought it's nice to first of all I get my rook in, and secondly also sometimes I push my pawns on the queen side. g4 is very logical, and bishop e7, and initially my idea was to push the pawn to a3, but then I realized that okay, I mean any move if you make that it's not so clear if it's so great because I mean I don't, of course ideally I would put my queen on b2, but there is no way at all, so a4 was not an idea. But in general, I mean a5 rook a6 was useful, and here it was critical point because he played this move f5, which looks very strong because he kills my bishop completely. It looks like, and I got very worried here because not because now he will never attack because h4 bishop takes h4. I control all the dark squares. My rook controls also the 6th rank. But the problem is that the bishop is out, so that was worrying. But fortunately, there's move b5, and now the bishop comes via b7, and in the game even via a6. So that was very fortunate. But here we were analyzing quite something.
Maybe h4 here.
First of all, h4 is possible, but even after bishop h4, it's not so easy because g5, I will take hg, and my rook is coming.
Oh.
And both my bishops. So
usually that's not good, but with the rook on 6.
Yeah, I mean in this particular case, it's not so clear how you proceed because you don't have h3 square for the queen. It's simply not clear what your move is. But the problem was here. So this was logical. And then I think rook b6 was interesting. With the idea if queen c2, then I fight for this f5 square, which is very important. Because yeah, I mean now, for example, if I get my bishop on f5, I'm very stable on the light squares. So this looks okay for black. And if he goes d5, okay, it was possible move, but it's
so many options.
Yeah, but maybe strongest is knight g3. I completely underestimated this move, and then we analyzed, and it's not easy because well, white actually, I mean, black needs to get control of some light squares, or d5 or f5, and it's not so easy. For example, if rook d6, which I initially thought is good, d5, a4, I want to take on d5, so okay, queen a4 is possible, but queen c4 is more principled. And now I thought bishop e6 is a very nice move, because you cannot take, so I, and it looks very good for black, but suddenly there is knight f5, and I cannot take on d5 because knight e7 is there, so if I have to do this, then white is clearly better. Also, there is a move queen e3 perhaps. So knight g3, I didn't see how black.
What about a4 here?
Which move? A4.
A4 maybe.
And if this? No, initially I was planning a4, a3, but I don't know what I achieved. And again, I mean, it's nice to have this f5, but knight controls the square, and.
Well, but the knight has gone from e2. Maybe you have some chances with c3 square. Maybe f5 here.
But f5 just gf.
I would give away that pawn and hope for the best, but yeah, doesn't look very good. Yeah.
To be honest, it looks like this better for white simply.
Maybe.
But during the game, I was thinking about h4 first. Was my first idea. Then suddenly saw f5, and I looked at my bishop on c8, and I thought, oh god, yeah, f5 is coming. And then he played f5, and I was terrified, and so it seemed very strong. But I was very lucky that after b5, suddenly, you know, the whole position changes. Suddenly, the position becomes much more beautiful. Yeah, first of all, there are some kind of weaknesses, and bishop is bad. But now the bishop comes on out, and black gets a very nice coordination. And here, it's already not so easy to make a move for white. Okay, knight f4 is a blunder, but d5 is very logical to fight for the square. Then probably I go bishop b7, and I want to go rook d6. Yeah, very often. So, for example, if he goes here, I'll most probably win this pawn back. Yeah, I mean some. In the worst case, something like that, yeah. And you know, the pawn should fall, but I don't know if black is better or something. So here is the main idea, of course. Knight g6 looks nice, but then there's always a4. And actually here it's
queen d5 or I don't know, maybe if it works, but
this knight. Okay, rook just. Well, I missed it. It's a very nice move.
But not clear what is threatening. What's white's next move?
Knight takes e7. You want? Oh, so that's why bishop f6. Yeah, bishop f6 here. Yeah, that's nice. Otherwise, it would be very shocking. Yeah, there's queen d5. Yeah, so I mean, this was suddenly very nice. You know, after b5, the whole position becomes very, very beautiful from aesthetic point of view, and it's suddenly very good. And yeah, I mean, he has to make some move better than knight f4. But it's not so easy for him to, because for example knight c3 is possible, but now I will go I thought a4, and my idea is, you know, sacrifice all the pawns and get some play, which is unclear.
Maybe he should have went for it.
He has to go, yeah, because if here I will also sacrifice, you know, some pawns, and I mean I want to open the position. But he should do something like this or d5, or maybe something else, because knight f4 suddenly it's not clear actually what he wants, because generally he would like to change my bishop. But after bishop g5, it's maybe important because bishop f6, maybe he has knight somewhere else. Knight d5 or so. Bishop g5 is nice because now this move knight g6, which looks like very good move. Now there's a4, and actually it still continues. He can take here. Maybe I have just this move, but I don't know about rook b6. But at least there is this forced line. And okay, my king comes back to safety.
And the bishops are very strong.
h4 maybe doesn't change. Yeah, I mean what we thought that here bishops are very strong, so black is better. But I mean I was also wondering if there is this move rook b6, yeah, trying to maybe queen a. I don't know. It doesn't change anything. Yeah, white can even come here and give check again.
No,
so
but
yeah.
the rook is improved.
No, but he's going to be taken, yeah?
Ah,
so
I know.
it doesn't matter.
Yes, I forgot.
Yeah, so this position is kind of forced. But the black looks good, because
Yeah, the
h4
king
looks the
is
only
good,
dangerous move, but I don't see any tactic. Because, you know, the king on g6 is a little bit, once I'm back, I'm happy, but yeah, here I'm just happy, I think. But still, even this is better than the game, because, okay, also I was considering queen e3, which is better move. Then I thought, for example, rook d6, with the idea after h4 to take and take on d4. But if he goes now queen takes e4, we'll go rook e8, and you know, I have some ideas. I don't know if f6 is a threat. F6 is a threat, and also, if, for example, if he goes h4, I can either take the pawn or come here, and you know, too many pins. Looks good for black.
Such a complicated position, so many options from each move.
Yeah, this is his problem, because actually he has many options, but none of them are that obvious. So he'll ran low on time.
So he was in time trouble.
Yeah, of course, very soon.
And you weren't.
No, I don't think no. Actually, I played reasonably fast because I was quite foolishly optimistic. So. No, actually, all my moves, I have to say, they were kind of very natural. Yeah? Because c4 is not really an option. You have to take, and then you know you have to do something. So bishop before knight e4 is also otherwise g4 g5.
Yeah.
So there were no move, and a5 is also nice to get the rook in. So all my moves were quite. Only here, you know, this move is important to find, because otherwise there's just no move to black. So I didn't have to spend so much time.
I see.
And here actually, yeah, suddenly these last two moves were very bad, and here he looks like he's close to lost because he cannot control. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of too many pins. For example, queen e3. Probably, you know, some extra. There is a pin here. There is a pin here. Everything is pinned, so it's all bad for him. Now also I get my bishop out from here. Also, I mean, I can also play like bishop b7, but it's already a matter of choice.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm just forcing, because before then he has some knight g3 move, rook d4, knight e4. He's still playing, but here knight g3 I take, and he cannot win the pawn back, because knight e4, bishop e1. And if he takes here, then okay, if this and this, then it's mate after rook c8. So he has to do this. Then before, if knight g3, yeah, then there were a few options. I was thinking maybe this wins, but I didn't check it yet. And then queen e7 doubling, and maybe winning the knights by force. Maybe not, but in general black is just winning.
Just two bishops on.
Yeah, the question is, position is. Oh, in the worst case, I could also take backup plan and we just win a pawn. And here, I mean, you know, just extra piece, and it's all. And already it's a matter of. I mean, I can do this. If I'm very lazy and just play this, and I'm probably winning in this endgame. But it was nice to keep the both bishops for the moment, and there was something to see, because here there is this move knight takes f7, which could be a shocker, because if you take, then there's queen b3, and you know, suddenly it's all switching. Suddenly black is maybe lost, but fortunately I can take here first. If queen b3, then there's queen d5, and if queen f4, then king f7, and there is no more attack. So knight c6, there's rook d3 move, very important, and yeah.
It all works out, yeah.
Yeah, actually with margin. I mean, like any move for black, because, for example, knight d3, I can just take absolutely anything, any piece that you want me to take with any piece, and I will be material up. for example, bishop d3, king a1, bishop e3,
Yeah.
knight d8, rook d8.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Queen a7, yeah, queen a8 wins. Okay, basically it's already winning position, and I have better position and extra pawn, and now I win a piece as well because there are two threats, e1 and queen a5.
I see. So very good game. So
Well,
even though you were
interesting game, yeah.
too optimistic, but that's because
Yeah,
that's
have
why
to
you
be-
won
You
actually.
have to be optimistic, yeah, because then I from move like 6 or something, I played all logical moves, so
Mhm.
it's better to be optimistic than
Yeah.
pessimistic when you play the same moves.
Yeah. Okay. Very nice game. Thank you for
Yeah,
coming.
thank
Good luck. Hope to see you here
Yes, thank you.
soon. Okay. Okay. John's coming back. So, any results? What? Any? No. Oh, one match is over. I can see. Right. Germany, Ukraine. So Ivanchuk beaten Henkin. So don't play exchange Slav against Ivanchuk
I
with
think,
white.
Mikhail,
Yeah.
we have to give a small break because we have to fix something.
Oh, okay. Technical problems. Okay. We will see you soon after a short break.
Hello everybody, we
Hello
are back
again.
on live transmission again. Hi Mihail.
Hi, John.
There were very nice actually analysis today.
Yeah, many.
Aronian, later on
Akubian, Van Veli, Giri, so many guests.
Van Veli, Giri, so many guests today. We received also.
We're expecting maybe
we are
even
expecting
more.
maybe Ivanchuk. He finished his game.
He won. Yeah.
Against Kenkin from Germany, but we are not sure, of course.
If he will
Meanwhile,
come.
we can make a summary of the games which are finished until now. Russia was playing against Azerbaijan, and they have won thanks to Karyakin, who won against Safarli. Karyakin also, by the way,
So-
analyzed this game here.
Yes, correct.
We forgot his
Yeah.
name, to mention his name. So
And Kramnik managed to hold the draw.
Kramnik
Didn't I
actually-
tell you that
Yeah.
it would be tough to win against the top grandmaster?
you're totally
even-
right. And also I asked him to come, but probably he was not pleased with his game.
Oh yeah, I saw.
So he
something.
decided not to come. But anyway, he saved the game, which was actually not good for him, this position.
Yeah.
But he managed to save the game, and also the
All the
match, we
rest
can say. And the other games were
went,
draw.
Though Vituho actually had quite good chances. He had extra pawn in the end game, but it was on the one side of the board that was quite hard to realize, and in time trouble, Black managed to get into even a pawn.
In this
endgame.
king's ending, and then
even pawn endgame.
it was draw. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Of course, King E5 was not played. Just for the record, on live game,
yeah.
it says King. It's just putting the kings to fix the
Yes.
draw. Of course, King G3 was played. Here,
Yes,
so,
sure.
Yeah. So Russia won minimally against Azerbaijan.
There is also in America against Egypt, USA against Egypt match. There is still one more game going on.
Yes.
This one is the Ezat Kamsky game.
Ezat Kamsky.
Kamsky is pressing. Of course, he has a winning position because he
Yeah.
is 2 pawns, one
pawn.
point up, but still
But
we can
it feels
consider
like two.
yes,
Feels like two.
two post pawns on the G and H file. So it's we can say that it's a winning position. So if we consider this as a win for Kamsky, the score is 3.5 against half in favor of
only
USA.
Bassam Ray-Robson was a draw. In
Yeah.
the rest, USA won, as it was actually quite not
In
not hard to
Germany,
predict.
Ukraine match, the leaders, the sole leaders of the tournament until now,
Won
has
again.
beaten again Germany with a net score of 3-1. Ivanchuk is continuing to win the games
With black,
with
actually.
black pieces, actually,
white
and
he cannot win for
also
some.
with the same exchange variation
Yeah.
by chance or by
I don't think
preparation.
so
We don't
by
know.
chance. No, and not by. He just confuses his opponents, and then they.
Yeah, also he
Yeah,
outplays them in the
yeah.
middle game. So it's a win for.
Actually, Korobov had good advantage, but Mayer managed to hold a draw
Hold
on
the
second
draw.
board. Friedman Moiseyenko. Moiseyenko was actually holding a draw in this position in this
Yes.
game, and Krivoruchko won on board number 4. but due to technical problems, the live transmission stops right here.
Yeah.
But if you take a glance at the position, Black is in trouble, even though
Yes,
he's one pawn
it's
up.
a really cramped position.
Very
Look at
cramped
this
position.
bishop on a8. It's
Yeah.
like it's not even like a pawn.
Yeah.
He's playing without a
So white
a
needs
piece.
just to maybe
So-
transfer the bishop to a2 and p3, and then
exactly.
do something on the king side.
Almost playing with a piece up
Yeah.
for white. So with a net score of 3-1, the sole leader of the tournament has beaten Germany. So Ukraine with 4 rounds, 4 wins,
Yeah.
they are still leaders of the tournament. Let's check the Netherlands-Turkey match.
Yes, so we've seen Giri
Actually-
commenting his win against Ipatov.
Yes, actually, unfortunately.
And Von Valley versus Solak, actually, yeah.
Yeah,
So 2 losses on 2 first boards.
2 losses.
Lamy, Khan, Jean Emre was a
Managed
draw.
to hold the draw.
Managed to hold the draw.
And
Slight edge for white all the game, but he
But in the
deserved,
end,
he
yeah.
deserved that draw.
he defended well.
And actually, there's one more game going
Yes,
on.
Yilmaz is playing Mustafa Yilmaz against Tibyakov, whom he was once the trainer of Turkish team. So he's playing against his teacher, and
Yeah.
but the position is really
Actually,
complicated.
It's actually not that easy if you take a closer look.
Yeah,
It's actually kind of a Zugzwang for both. Take a look. The knight from c3 cannot
he
move.
just played now
H6. He
h6.
just played h6.
Probably
But I want to pay attention. It's very funny position. Knight from c3 cannot move
because b5 will
because
fall.
b5. Rook from e1 cannot leave the e file because bishop e6 is coming. Rook from b7 also cannot move. If it moves down the 7th rank, then knight b1 comes right away and knight takes a3. And if rook leaves the f7 pawn, then rook a1 comes.
So why
immediately.
is he playing h6?
Maybe he runs out of useful moves.
He's
King, you mean
he's
king
Zugzwang.
h?
What?
Oh,
he can
for-
play king g2.
King g2, yeah. Why not? I said
Why not
it's
make him
kind
wait
of a Zugzwang. Technically, there are moves
Yes, of
available, but
course.
why did he
But
reject
as
king
you are
g2?
saying, I don't see any useful moves for black in this position.
Yeah, me too.
h6. I
Maybe
don't
he's
know.
just forcing a draw. Maybe he calculated something.
Oh,
H6,
I'm not so sure
king
about
takes,
this move.
rook takes.
But now the threat of bishop e6 is not there anymore.
No, but maybe g4, g5 is his idea. Move the
Yes,
bishop
but
by g-
still.
But okay, actually, I would strongly consider just
But
playing.
now
king
what
g2.
about b4?
You mean here b4? Oh,
I don't understand this. f5 maybe? But what is f5? I really don't understand.
looks like losing.
Well, I really don't understand why he played like this. Because the rook was
Yeah, this is a
controlling
position on the board.
the rook was controlling the b pawn to be
Yeah,
pushed.
maybe.
He already did actually.
Yeah, this is maybe we are not seeing something. So, for example,
No, I don't think
king
so.
g2.
He might be in time trouble.
Yes, he
because of-
has 1.5 minutes. It's actually quite hard to realize that you can just do nothing in this sort of position, just to go back and forth. You want to be active
Yes.
in order to do so.
Well, actually, he played b4,
Seems
which
to
looks
be
like
game over.
winning.
Yeah, it's not clear what to do. How
yeah.
that was definitely the best try, just to wait.
Yeah.
And
well,
now-
actually, this looks like losing for Yilmaz. If you want to, Mihail, let's check the
Yes.
game, which was the match of today between Armenia versus China.
Yes, that is the most actually.
And also was a surprising, maybe not very surprising, but looks like Armenia is losing against China.
So for now, just a little summary. Aronian won against Li
Yes.
Chao with black.
Whom
Ding
was our
beaten
guest
Movsisyan in
here.
a very creative style, I would say.
Yes,
And Sargisyan, you managed to make a draw with black.
yes.
And now Bu with white has a very big advantage against Akopyan. And It was an interesting moment right here. This
Mhm.
position was on the board and Akopyan was thinking, queen e3, I really like this idea. The thing is that if queen takes d5, at first glance I thought queen e4 should be
Mhm.
the move, and then winning the b5 pawn and white's pawns should be faster.
Mhm.
But king f3, excellent move, rook b4, now bishop moves somewhere, I'm not sure about f4, and now suddenly the e pawn is very quick and maybe white even losing.
Mhm.
So, but Bu had a brilliant idea in my mind, in my opinion, rook g2, king f5 only move, and it seems black should be fine, but it turns out after king g5, so king e4 loses to rook g2, and the king cannot go to the d file, and king f2, king f3 just loses the queen. And so king e6, and it seems like king escaped, and maybe black is even better, right? So
Mhm.
many, but suddenly queen g4, and game over. f5 loses to queen g8, and king f6 loses to rook f2.
Mhm.
Very, very beautiful idea. I really enjoyed it. But of course, Akopyan saw this coming, so he gave queen b1 check, king g2, and f5, trying to protect his king. a4 takes, and f4. And this is the position on the board. I believe this should be winning for white. The a pawn can be stopped only by the queen, but the king needs the queen to be defended. King h1.
Yeah, now he wants to play queen.
He wants to go rook g2 and linear checkmate.
which is winning on the spot
I think
with mating.
this is game over.
Yeah, because if it gives check on d1, rook e1,
Rook e1.
and then maybe he has to check on f3 in order
But
not to
then-
be mated, but then the a pawn will be.
Let's take a look. If
Yes.
queen d1, rook e1, rook g1 is still a threat. Queen f3 takes, and just a5, completely winning position. So it would appear Bu is beating Akopyan,
Sorry.
and it seems that China is winning against Armenia, which is, as I said to my colleague John here, is in Ukraine's favor. Because actually Armenia was the only one point behind Ukraine, and Ukraine already beaten China.
Yes.
So I root for Bu to win against Akopyan.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah, queen d1 was played. I suppose that now rook e1 would be the answer. And now what is the
I
defense?
don't see anything else but queen f3.
Queen f3. Otherwise rook g1, queen h7, just a linear check.
Yeah.
So queen f3 is the only option. Takes. Just need to make sure that this is clearly winning. a5. a6 is coming. Bishop d4 would be necessary anyway.
I think he's going to resign here.
Just a6 and then rook e7. This is just a6, a7, game over. So not much to see here. I
They
think
played a
rook
couple of more moves. Yes, he gave check.
Yeah, that's it. Game over. Game over. Bu beats Akopyan and China wins against Armenia. All
Yeah.
right. All right. So what games do we have left? This one will
We
finish
have-
very quickly.
We have, I think, only
Azerbaijan versus Russia. We still have. No, we don't have
it's
that
finished.
already
Only
finished.
This Kamsky, Ezat against
Azat Kamsky.
going on.
What do we got here? Oh, come on.
Well, this
So
will
it's
be
time to resign, don't you
easy
think?
winning for black without any counter chance.
King g5, h5.
And the pawns are marching,
Yeah.
so it's
We're
total
expecting
winning.
the round to end in shortly, in a few minutes.
I guess
So
we
I
can
think
conclude
we
for today.
can sum up already.
Yeah.
So
Let's see the results. I mean, we can conclude afterwards.
so China seems to be winning against Armenia.
For sure winning. Yes.
Yes.
Not anymore.
Yes,
I
nothing
mean,
for sure. Russia beats Azerbaijan 2.5 for 1.5.
Mm-hmm.
Only one win by Karyakin.
Yes.
So USA beats Egypt 3.5 to only
Half,
one draw,
yes.
1.5. Ukraine beats Germany 3-1, and Netherlands beats Turkey
With a very
bad score,
bad score
3.5.
for Turkey. Actually, this is a disappointing result. I don't know why. By the way, there was a question on Twitter asking myself. I don't know why they are asking me, but how the Turkish team can succeed. They are asking me because of some results. Actually, it's not. There is no such kind of recipe that I can give, here. But we are doing our best, and we have very good players. But this games sometimes don't go as you want, because you are getting ready to your opponent. But sometimes the variations you play, the preparation you make, doesn't fit what you are preparing. So I think. We have also a very young team. This young team needs to be a little bit more experienced against strong players. They are very, very strong players here. As these strong players are the best in the world, best teams in the world. This is World Team Championship. So it's. I think these some bad scores here. I consider it normal.
And just for the record. I think I will not be mistaken to say that Turkish team is, according at least to average elo, is 9th here. I believe. Only Egypt.
So also there may be some more surprising results. Still, we have 5 more rounds to go, and I believe that Turkish team is in a good way. We have beaten, you remember in the European Chess Championship. Chess Team Championship, Russia 2.5, which was one of the biggest results in the Turkish chess history. So 3.5 against half, we have beaten Germany. But maybe overall it's not so easy, to get good points, to get good results, because we need some more practice, some more team spirit maybe, and also we have a new trainer. Miroshnichenko from Ukraine, and he needs to be adapted to the team, to the players, to their style, which I find it important, and later on, I believe the results will come later on. All this preparation, after all this preparation, when I look at the other teams, Mihail, I see that these teams, they play together for many years, most of the players, This is important. Their variations, they know very well what they are playing, They
know each other.
For example, we are speaking about Dingliren. He always plays the same variation, King's Indian. Today he has beaten from Armenia, Movsesyan, in a beautiful style. But it's important, One match, one game you win, and you win the match, you see. You win against one of the best teams in the world, Armenia. So it's, the preparation, the opening preparation, also one of the most important parts of the chess. So we need some experience, We need that your opponents.
Basically time.
Your opponent, time. Yes. With time, everything will be
I think
better.
your team with time would just become stronger and stronger.
But I believe they are doing their best here. I believe so.
Of course, they are trying. They are doing their best. They're trying very hard. So, give them time.
So I think Bu has won.
Yeah,
it's just finished while I was speaking, and China has beaten Armenia.
Yeah, and I think Azad should have already resigned.
Yeah, as we can see on the screen now, it's.
The last game finished.
So. For today, that's it.
So we have the sole leader, Ukraine, and the rest are at least 2 points below.
So tomorrow we'll have more exciting matches, I'm pretty sure.
Maybe we take a look on tomorrow pairings.
Yeah, let's before we conclude, let's give the team pairings of tomorrow.
So Tomorrow at 3 o'clock
Mhm.
Turkish time, we have Netherlands versus Egypt, Ukraine versus
Oh.
Turkey.
Ukraine against Turkey.
Yeah.
Surprise, surprise.
Well, maybe not tomorrow.
You don't expect.
Of course, we are kidding. Russia versus Germany, and Armenia, Azerbaijan, and United States, China. That would be an interesting match.
Yes, United States,
China beat Armenia
Exactly.
and would try to beat USA tomorrow. So
Armenia, Azerbaijan match also will be interesting.
but
yes.
I suppose Armenia in this case was
You were favorite, but still, because
Armenia has the
Azerbaijan
best
is
team.
missing two also players to be
actually
best.
3 players, but
Tier 3.
yeah.
Who else?
Gashimov also. He
Ah,
hasn't played
Gashimov,
for a while.
yes,
Yeah.
he is not playing.
So definitely Armenia is tomorrow's favorite. But the most, I would say, equal match would be United States-China.
So that's it for today.
We'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Hope you enjoyed today's broadcast. Bye.
Bye.